if you are so affected, if you have small children in the room, which you ought not have at this hour anyway, or you are negatively affected by negative information, which a lot of results, frankly, tend to be from Ed Dames, and from other remote viewers, I might add as well, then you should not listen. You should save yourself the agony and turn your radio off or go someplace and talk about what the Senate's going to do with the president's impeachment. So that's what they're going to be talking about probably elsewhere. The answer is, by the way, nothing. There's going to be a deal cut. But they'll talk it to death. Okay, a couple of things, and then off into the world of the exotic. Let's see, what should we say about where Ed, what should we say? Exotic Polynesia?
I'm in the Hawaiian Islands, right?
Hawaiian Islands, all right. Somewhere in the Hawaiian Islands, here's somebody else who has done what I am doing now, Ed. I am preparing for Y2K. I'm looking at Y2K, Ed, and I'm saying, this damn thing is real, and I am preparing for it. I don't know if it's going to be as bad as some say or not. You and I talked a little bit about this earlier.
Art, I think that, as I've mentioned before, what you're describing is Y2K and the events, coincident events. This Y2K event, strategic event, is going to be preempted by other events. And I've said that before, and I really believe that.
I understand that. And you have not only said it, but you have taken personal steps. This is the really important part. I mean, you walk what you talk. You've closed up your business. I know that you've sacrificed financially. Isn't that true?
In the short term, but we feel that we're in the growth industry, so in the long term, I don't think it's a sacrifice.
Right, but in the short term, you've missed some opportunities by leaving California.
We turned down some defense contracts, but they were classified, and they were very lucrative. It was interesting that the Defense Department is coming back to this arena again, and we turned that down to do other work.
I'm not surprised, Ed. You know, I'm the guy who thought they never left.
That's correct.
Let's give them a little bit idea. Remote viewing, folks, is something the U.S. military worked on for about 20 years. That's a verified fact. Secretly. I think they're still doing it. And if they're not, then they're about to be doing it again. But I think they've always been doing it. It's secret. It was secret. And then there was a Nightline program all about it. And that's kind of how remote viewing broke in. Remote viewing is, I guess, Ed, is it fair to say you are a disciplined psychic? You have developed disciplined protocols that allow you, or anybody, you say, usually, to do what you do, to develop and nurture psychic ability that we all naturally have with disciplined protocols. And so to remotely view an object, a person, whatever. Is that?
That's close enough for government work, Art. I eschew the term, as you know, psychic, but we really can't divorce ourselves from it because we are availing ourselves as technical remote viewers of that same faculty that allows natural psychics, and I'll be talking about a great gifted natural psychic in this show, to do what they do. Well, now, what they do is, unfortunately, not consistent. It's not consistent enough. That is, natural psychics were not consistent enough for those of us who had very hard and fast strategic intelligence problems to solve to be useful. We had to have something that was consistent, that worked all the time, and that was dependable enough to use in life or death situations, or where a deadly force was authorized.
If you take a naturally gifted psychic, and I know because I do this program, there are such people, and then you train them in remote viewing, then you've really got somebody on your hands, huh?
Yes, we do, but I have found that many times when you do that and you can really make an all-star, not merely a professional out of a naturally gifted person, but they stop short. They do not continue the rigor that's required to make them a pro. they reach a certain point very early in their training, where I, as their instructor, see them perform in an exemplary manner, and they look at their results that were better than they've ever experienced in their psychic lives before, and they quit. Right there, they say, "This is fantastic. I've got what I need."
Thank you.
And,
goodbye.
And I'm holding the door open as they're walking down the street, saying, "Wait! You just started," and they're not willing to hang in there to do what it takes to become experienced.
I am sure that is true. Now, in the original program, there was Joe McGonigal. He was a natural, wasn't he?
Joe was and is a natural, yes.
Is, yeah. As a matter of fact, I interviewed
one of the in the days where we employed altered states in our work rather than technical remote viewing or what was called in its predecessor coordinate remote viewing, our team employed natural states, altered states. Mel Riley, Joe McMonagle were two of our nation's first remote viewers,
and very accurate ones. But what you have just said, I find to be credible. In other words, when the naturals come to you, they learn your protocols, they expand their abilities, and then on they go.
It reminds me of a good analogy would be teaching someone to fly an aircraft. Once you get them they attain, let's say, a student pilot's rating, and they're on their own in an aircraft, the idea with many remote viewers is, well, I don't need to continue my education. I'm flying. But when the first storm hits, allegorically speaking, or day turns to night, or something goes wrong with one of the engines, again, allegorically speaking, their lack of experience causes them to crash and burn.
Mm-hmm. On my program are one of the most loved and hated guests that I have. And a large segment of the people out there love it, and a large segment of the people out there hate it. Actually, hate you. And you bring that on. I mean, if you read in the news groups and you read the faxes and email that people send, when somebody does not like you, there's very little neutral about Ed Dames. You either like him or you hate him. I'm giving you an honest assessment of the responses I get from my listeners. I mean, there are people out there who just hate your guts, and mine too, by the way.
I'm very much aware of that, Art.
What do you think? What is it about you or what you say or what you do that brings on this vitriolic, it brings out this vitriolic side of people?
Whether or not people feel that what my company's conclusions are factual, truthful, or not, what we're doing is telling them something they do not want to hear.
Yeah.
And that was my experience in the military, too. It was my experience at the Department of Defense level, National Intelligence Agencies level, and in the White House. Don't shoot the messenger, but this is the way it is. I'm going to continue that too. In fact, I'll be talking about something like that tonight, and it will be very similar to things I've talked about in the past.
That is what they do. They shoot the messenger, huh? Mm-hmm. And they shoot me that way all the time. I deal in not just what you have, but what a lot of my other guests have, and it's like they love to hate me. I get these vitriolic ramblings against what I do, despite the fact that I say constantly on the air, I present this to you as an audience, an adult audience. You can accept it as entertainment. You can accept it as information you believe. You can say, gosh, what a bunch of BS. You can do whatever you want with it. I just present it. But nevertheless, they take their high-powered metaphorically, of course, rifles, and put constant bullets through my head for what I do.
And yet those individuals are free to turn that dial or turn the radio off.
You are
correct. The fact is they love to hate you and me.
That may be, that's exactly right. They love to hate us. Mm-hmm. All right. Well, now that everybody, I think, pretty well knows you in the first place, and we have explained what remote viewing is.
Let me give you a quick review for those new listeners.
Sure.
A quick review of what we do. All ideas and things in the universe, in time, space, exist in what we call, in our vernacular, a matrix. They exist as patterns of information within this matrix. Their template, their identity, sort of the wavelength that they transmit on through time-space, that's this pattern of information. In technical remote viewing, we train a person's unconscious to search out a specific pattern and to accurately communicate the data that's connected with that pattern to conscious awareness, from unconscious to collective unconscious, if you will, to conscious awareness. And then we objectify that data in the form of words and sketches.
Does this information that you get, Ed, come from the collective unconscious? Is that correct?
Well, I think that it's more than the collective unconscious, but we're really not sure. We have working hypotheses and we have models, but we do not have a theory. We'll leave that, as I've said in the past, to academicians to develop a theory, and that's coming sooner or later. Mm-hmm. But we're not sure if the matrix is synonymous with the collective unconscious, for other technical reasons that I don't want to go into. But this is a skill. What we do is a skill.
I understand that. Give me your best guess about how you're able to do what you do. If it is not the collective unconscious or conscious, what do you believe it is personally? What does Ed Dames think?
I think that mind is unitary, that there is only one mind field, and that we're all immersed in it. So all of the it's sort of like a hologram. The idea of the universe as holographic. Mind is also akin to that idea. We're immersed in this field. Think of radio waves always penetrating the atmosphere and our bodies. Well, we're part. Our pattern, as we exist, is part of this grand pattern. So we have access at any given time in a holographic sense to all other patterns, but not just in the moment, throughout time-space.
There are theoretical physicists now, I just interviewed Michio Kaku again, who believe firmly in this multiple dimensional thing. Ed, do you think that this ties in? In other words, that there are other worlds operating virtually in the same space that we are, but in another dimension, one that one is able to access when one remote views, for example? In other words, are you crossing those boundaries?
Yes, we feel with a great deal of certainty that there are other dimensionals, and there are other dimensions and other intelligences that inhabit those dimensions. But because of the way we are constructed, our physical bodies, our mind is interfaced with this physical body that has a bicameral brain, and our receivers, our bodies as a transducer is limited. We cannot fathom ideationally the kinds of entities and the kinds of physicality that exist in these other dimensions. So we're really hardware limited by our hardware, by our hardwiring, in that we just can't pull it out. We're bandwidth limited. Our moments, for instance, about a third of a second to human beings is a moment of time. A moment ago, I was talking about bandwidth limitations. That's how our life flows. And in other dimensions, it's not quite like that. Time flows, the frequencies are different. And so we're very limited in terms of understanding these other dimensions, but we very much agree that they're there. For instance, as I've said on your program in the past, that we're quite certain that angels, for instance, are real. They're real beings, but they certainly do not inhabit, at least day to day in our working world, where the rubber meets the road, our own reality in this dimension. Nor do we. Many people believe
that angels have the power to intervene occasionally. Do you think they do?
Yes, absolutely.
They do?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
All right. Hold on, Ed. Unfortunately, we're already at the bottom of the hour. My guest is SciTech Major Ed Dames, somewhere in the Hawaiian Islands, for reasons that he has yet to articulate. You'll hear all about it. What you've got to say about Ed is he has walked the walk that he has talked. I'm Martel, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Mornings. Here comes Ed Dames. Ed, welcome back.
Hi, Art. On a lighter note, I think we should do the lighter notes first.
Oh, good.
I have in my notes a reminder that I promised on your last show, the last show that I did with you, that we would let your listeners know what our PRV results were against these alien photos. Do you remember that?
Oh, you mean the Dr. Livingston...
the ones up in the Northwest?
Yes, indeed.
There were two photos on your website.
The obelisk, right?
Yes, the obelisk.
The obelisk, all right.
That obelisk was faked. And I want to tell you how it was faked. It was done pretty expertly. It was placed in a shadow. The object was a model that was placed in a shadow box. Now, this is a black box, essentially felt-lined or very dark painted. It was placed and suspended in that box or held in place from the back, but on a stand. It was lit in a very expertly so that all the surfaces were illuminated. It was done in a garage or something like that. Okay. Okay? Then a camera was turned on and allowed to roll. Now, there was no exposure until the lights were turned on this so-called obelisk, this dart-shaped model, for a number of frames. Okay? Mm-hmm. So on, let's say, n number of frames, maybe 100 frames of a motion picture roll, you have this lit obelisk. And then the camera was allowed to run. The film was rewound, and the camera was taken into the clearing that you see in the photo. Yes. And then the camera was turned on again, and simply allowed to scan the background. So it was a double exposure, but only in those frames that had both the obelisk and the background on it. So it looked like the obelisk had just appeared there. It was done in a shadow box. Okay. How would that translate to videotape? It would the background, if you took a picture of the clearing that you see in the photo itself. Right. And you turn your camera on and just film the clearing, you would take a photograph of the clearing, pan your camera around, because the film would not have been exposed except for this dark object. So you're saying then it would work for still and or video? That's correct. Okay. And the alien? The alien was just a hoax. It was just a flat-out dummy. But there's no way to prove that, of course, except because it's just another dummy. I mean, we'd have to go back and find out where the evidence is. but the other photographing that kind of a model is a fairly elaborate job, and it takes an artist. Speaking about hoaxes, I noticed that you're having a Bob Kvyat. That's right. That is a good person to have on vis-a-vis hoaxes. Oh yes. We believe that Bob Kvyat was actually a principal in actually creating the hoax of the alien autopsy. Well, he will argue with that, of course. Bob Kvyat called me about 7 years ago. I got a call from Bob Kvyat, and I did not know who he was. He said he was he purported to be a reporter for a very prominent magazine. I gave him 2 phone interviews. I think he was a journalist, yeah. Yes, and then he sprung on me that he did not work for this particular magazine. He was really He was really worked for the Geraldo show and wanted me on the show, and he was afraid to tell me because I would hang up. At which point I hung up. There's a lot of. I'm trying to decide myself what to do with TV. They want me to be on Larry King Live. Have me on, and there's not enough life to do all of this, and so I'm struggling with that right now. So they were considering having you, wanted you to come on, huh? Oh, that was a long time ago. In fact, they did the program on us anyway, even though we turned down the show. Well, what's interesting about him is that he was the producer for the original Alien Autopsy film for Fox. And now he's going to produce the Exposure show coming up, I think, on December 28th on Fox. And I don't want to give it away, but he's got smoking gun proof of the hoax. Well, again, we feel that Bob Kvyat was a principal in the hoax itself, actually fabricated. I will absolutely pass that on to him. I'm sure he'll have a response to that. It's going to be an interesting evening. Believe me, it's going to be an interesting evening. So, We have not had the chance to look at the MJ-12 documents. I think those are very interesting, and if that is a hoax, it is extremely elaborate. I think that rather than, and I won't get around to doing it, we have too much work to do, but I would throw this suggestion out.
Oh, please, Ed, do it. Listen to me.
Looks at, that takes a sample of each of the typewritten pages from each of the purported locations, and does a type check to see if the number of typewriters equals the number of those locations in those documents, because, each typewriter has a certain mark, certain pressures, things like that. You can only manipulate that so much.
I agree.
So if the number of typewriters match the number of different typewriters, then that's one step closer towards that being not a fabrication. And
I've got to tell you, Ed, I've got them in front of me, and if these were fabricated, it took a staff of people years to do it. I'm serious. There's no way this could not have been done. It would have taken years.
I'm quite impressed. I'm quite impressed with the work.
So I'd love you to target this. I mean, look, if the MJ-12 documents are true, we've been lied to. A completely, absolutely lied to. We've been in contact for a very, very long time, and that's a non-trivial matter. So would I like to have you do the MJ-12 documents? I'll make an official request. Come on, Ed, do it.
You really want me to do it?
Absolutely. Look at the question that it will answer for us.
Well, we'd have to actually come up with the first mentioned that a certain individual was actually spectacular, that this individual had in his vision in 450 years ago. Some events are so big in time-space that they're virtually cornerstones.
Yes.
Think of a building or an office building. We can go in and occupy an office, make some cosmetic changes, break out some walls, make the floor space bigger or smaller, but the cornerstones of the building don't change very easily. And so it is with large events in time. Some of these events that we perceive as technical remote viewers, and that I'm sure that natural psychics perceive, are things that we would not consider generally, given our culture and time, to be important.
If we were to go back in time, Ed, and we think of time-space, maybe this will help the audience. If you thought of it as sort of a noise level, you would see occasionally gigantic spikes in the noise level, and those would be events in time, like, for example, World War II, giant event in time. The assassination of President Kennedy, big event in time. The Depression, a big event in time. The stock market crash preceding the Depression, big event in time. And so you would see great big spikes at each one of these points. Is that a fair way to look at it?
It's pretty fair. I think it's a good analogy. If you think in terms of, let's say, a spectrum analyzer or an oscilloscope. Look at this. Look at a square scope in front of you with all these spikes measuring some type of a signal. Well, in this case, we have the signals for all things in time-space. And yes, they are bouncing around and jumping up and down like a normal signal would be expected to do. However, the big spikes, they don't jump up and down too much. They're fairly fixed, and they only waver just a little bit.
It's kind of like
all the noise down at the bottom is jumpy.
It's kind of like SETI's long-weighted spike that doesn't go away from some other place. The signal.
Something like that.
Yeah. There it is. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, in this case, we felt that this would be a fun project, and we had always wanted to. In fact, we were thinking about doing a special study that we termed "Through His Eyes," Nostradamus' quatrains. But we didn't have time. We're looking at some more strategically important and contemporary critical events. But we did want to do something fun, so we took on what we thought was a fun project.
Which quatrain of Nostradamus was it?
It's Century 10, Quatrain 72, and the English translation. And the reason why it's so interesting is because he actually quantifies in terms of time where he is seeing this vision in time. 1999.
How long is the quatrain?
Well, quatrains are 4 lines, ergo the name. Quatrain meaning four verses. And the English translation of the quatrain 72 in Century 10 reads, "The year 1999, 7th month." Now here, you know as well, I've said this many times before, that as remote viewers, we can get the who, the why, and the how, but we can't get the when very easily.
Right.
It's very difficult for us as technical remote viewers to see where we are in time.
You have consistently said that.
But natural psychics can sometimes do this. So we thought this was very intriguing. He is specifically stating 450 years earlier that in 1999, the 7th month, something will happen.
Nostradamus rarely pinned it down that closely in his quatrains, did he?
Correct. That's why it made it very interesting for us. So now we have to. We're not biasing our work with the idea that the quatrains are anything other than nonsense. They could be nonsense as far as we're concerned. You could be on drugs, or we also, that's probably not the case, but we do know that he's alleged to have purposely disguised many of his visions to avoid persecution or worse, and use allegory. But having said all that, we know that he was locked on. We feel that he was locked on something. What was going on in Nostradamus' mind when he wrote this quatrain? And that's where technical remote viewing shines at. So we took it on. In fact, we gave this to our online PRV tape trainees as well.
Where did you, as a matter of curiosity, get the idea? Who gave you the idea to view this quatrain?
Well, I've been inundated with emails, and in our company's website, we have an open conference bulletin board, and many people have suggested that we tackle this because we're in 1999. Nostradamus was a great, famous psychic who was said to be on many times, so we thought it would be quite interesting. Let me read the quatrain to you, the English translation.
Go right ahead.
The year 1999, 7th month, July. From the sky will come a great king of terror to bring back to life the great king of the Mongols, before and after Mars to reign by good luck. Well, we were interested in what in the heck is this great king of terror? What was Nostradamus seeing in July? What he felt was, or perceived was, July 1999.
Well, what about the last part of it?
The last part we did not tackle. We could do that as an antecedent, but I mean as a follow-on project. But we were more concerned with what the Great King of Terror meant, because we felt that it might be either the kill shot solar event,
yes,
or the use of a Korean nuclear weapon that we are forecast for the last year and a half.
Right.
So that's the kind of idea that we had there. Let's see if that's what he's looking at. To our surprise, it was nothing like that. It's a man-made event. It is not natural.
What?
I'm going to talk about that.
What?
Yes.
Now, you have done it. You have surprised me. I thought absolutely for sure that you were going to talk about the sun's kill shot.
Well, I thought maybe that's what he was looking at also, and that we could calibrate. Let's say that as a gifted psychic, he was dead on. We could use this point as a calibration point,
right,
and say, hey, maybe this is the so-called kill shot, or this is the Korean nuclear weapon use.
Oh, and there's been, by the way, there's been all kinds of dire rumblings from Korea in the last couple of weeks. I mean, really dire rumblings.
We stand by our 1.5-year-old forecast. The next use of a nuclear weapon in anger will be by the North Koreans on the Korean Peninsula. Now, a year and a half ago, that was laughable to many people, because it could have just as easily been a terrorist weapon, a mafia,
sure,
Russian weapon in the United States, backpack nuke. That's atomic.
All right, hold it right there. We'll be right back, and when we do, we'll find out what you found out about that quatrain. Stay right there. Speaking of advances, here we go. Ed, welcome back.
Thank you.
All right, we've heard the quatrain involving the 7th month of 1999, and you've already shocked me. It is not the sun's kill shot. You remote viewed the quatrain. What is it?
Nor is it a natural phenomenon, and nor is it from the sky. Although 450 years ago, this particular event could definitely be perceived as having come from the sky, because of the because of the state of science knowledge and natural history knowledge at the time. So it was something invisible. But its effects were perceived by the perceiver, Nostradamus himself, as being the king of terror. So he related this invisible thing that was connected with this particular event to being in the minds of the contemporary people, ourselves, as being the king of terror. That's an interesting thing, how ideas
it is, yes.
are processed.
It sure is.
This is such a novel event. When events are this novel and this big, they are easy for us as technical remote viewers to perceive. That these are some of the easiest things to do. They're easy enough for my students to work this with, even with intermediate skills, and to be able to perceive what this quatrain is saying in terms of contemporary language.
As we were discussing earlier, in July of '99, there is a big spike.
Yes. This spike is a terrorist attack, Art. And this is what we know about it so far, and then I'll tell you the rest of the information that we need to put together.
All right.
This is a terrorist attack. It is a biological weapon on what appears to be Shea Stadium in New York City. There's a possibility that it's Yankee Stadium, but our sketches show us more. They look more like Shea Stadium, and it's a very big stadium too. So we're saying the way it looks right now, we have in the month of July a biological warfare attack on Shea Stadium. We know that it's done by 3 or 4 individuals who enter the stadium with the biological agents and disseminate them in the stadium. We don't know if they're there when this happens or not. It looks like they're stay-behind boxes, but we're not sure yet. But we do know it's biological, it's not high explosive, it's not missile launched, it's brought into the stadium, and it's bio.
Do you know anything about the nature of the organism?
Not yet. That'll be quite easy to get, but we haven't done that much work yet. We were fairly taken aback.
Okay, the reason I'm asking about this, Ed, is because Shea Stadium, of course, is in New York. New York is extremely densely populated. It would be, I suppose, from a terrorist point of view, the only place you'd want to release something like this for maximum effect. But there's a lot of people in New York, and they're all listening to you right now.
Well, this is a stadium, and it does look like Shea Stadium, and it is during a baseball game. That we know. And there's not a rocket, missile, airborne attack. It is brought into and released. If it's anthrax, say, then you're talking about not only killing people outright, but contaminating the stadium for such a long period of time. Decontamination of anthrax spores would require tons of formaldehyde and exposure to the sunlight for a long time. Spores of anthrax, if they're in shadows, or especially shadowy areas, and not exposed to UV, can last a long, long time. Many years.
That's right.
So formaldehyde is required to decon that kind of thing. But that's not that's still quite a significant event in terms of an idea. Terrorist attack on our own soil using what we now know to be the king of terror in the eyes of Nostradamus.
Are you able to discern, Ed, I'm going to ask some obvious questions, whether the impact goes far beyond Shea Stadium or whether it is a localized effect, hurting or killing those who are there at the time, making it a place where you can't go for a long time, or does it spread well beyond? That's an important question.
Well, those are other patterns of information that we would have to turn our attention to using the same rigor and same protocols that we did to ascertain what the aforementioned. We'd have to actually do that. This is a lot of work, techno remote viewing. The data is accurate, but it is a lot of work. So that's a different task for us as remote viewers, and it has to be formulated and cued correctly. The search terms have to be objectified correctly, and we have to go in to look at that kind of information. It would be tantamount to perceiving the effects of, let's say, Y2K. That's not an easy problem for us to set up in technical remote viewing.
Right.
It might appear to be to someone on the outside.
Although the date is indeed fixed.
If Nostradamus was right, then the date's fixed, and we can use that as a milestone. which state is it? For instance, the Yankee Stadium on the 4th of July is where, if I were a terrorist for maximum impact, I'd go after a 4th of July game. Well, the Yankees have a game on the 4th of July. The Mets in Shea Stadium do not. They're away.
Well, this is modern shades of Black Sunday. You remember that movie?
No.
Black Sunday was about a terrorist plan to, in fact, they did commandeer the blimp that always hovers above games and explode this giant explosion full of nails and shrapnel and so forth over an assembled group watching a baseball or football game, actually.
Well, this is a biological weapon. It's a powdery biological weapon. You know, a knee-jerk assumption would be that it's anthrax, but we have to go in and study it. Now, what do we gain by continuing to study this, continuing to promulgate the information and stand by it? We're certainly not going to stop a game in Shea Stadium in the month of July, but there will be people who, in spite of wanting to, avid baseball fans, will not go to that stadium in the month of July. And if Nostradamus happens to be right, and Cytex and our students, who have also come to the same conclusion, independent of us as professionals, are right, then we've saved some lives.
How many? How many have come to this conclusion?
About 10. About 10 tape students, but there are many more of my students who do not post their sessions because they're embarrassed. They don't want my critiques because I critique it. I'm a very strong. I kick some derriere in terms of being a coach, and I want people to learn the right way, and I have very little patience with people who learn the wrong way and continue to make the same mistakes.
All right. People are going to ask the obvious question, so let me ask instead. First of all, you have made a prediction about a kill shot from the sun, and that's serious enough. I mean, if we had a kill shot from the sun, Ed, it would make everything else academic. Now, depending on the timeline, if it came before July, what difference? Because there won't be any terrorists or anybody at any baseball game anyway.
We think the kill shot, yes, it would make it moot and problematic. We think that the kill shot, again, is somewhere between 1999 and 2001. A very, very large solar flare that will not annihilate life on Earth, but do a tremendous amount of damage to life on Earth.
It's going to slow it down for a long time.
We think that it's equivalent, and it is what is talked about in Revelation as part of the seventh seal events, which we now believe to be prior to 2001.
You said the seventh seal, or was it the sixth? The sixth seal has been opened. Is that correct?
Correct. Which is characterized by a large amount of volcanic activity and other things, especially volcanic activity. That's one of the good indicators we have.
Really? There's a whole lot of volcanic activity going on right now. Are you aware of that?
There'll be more. There'll be more. A giant volcano up north. And I'm looking for the story here. Just went off. I'm sorry, I don't happen to have it in front of me. I'll dig it out. But and down, of course, around Popo in Mexico, what I call Popo, there's all kinds of activity going on. They're evacuating areas and blah, blah, blah. It's really something. So we're in the middle of a lot of volcanic activity right now. You know that these prophets, both biblical and Nostradamus as a proven prophet, at least in the eyes of many, many generations, these are important to us as technically remote viewers because we can use their work as calibration points. We can download all the data that's connected with the idea, but we can't fix the time.
All right,
that is why when prophets fix the time, if they're correct, we can use these as checkpoints.
Here it is, Ed. Ed, have you seen the footage of the recent and still erupting volcano in Iceland? Stunning photographs on Fox News and CNN. And this is a fax that just came in from Honolulu. So that's going on. And Popo down in Mexico is flaring, and we've had rumblings in the Northwest. So all of that would sort of seem to be possibly underway right now.
Well, again, I stand by what the aforementioned. It appears to be a fait accompli. It goes quite far in looking at the nature of what we call time. These events appear to have been fixed as large points. How we participate in the events is another thing. We may or may not have as much freedom as we think, or then again we may. I don't know. But the events are fixed like cornerstones of a structure.
Can you do Y2K? Just out of curiosity. I mean, yes, this would be an event that would precede that, but it might not make it academic. It could be a fairly localized affair. You haven't remote viewed past that point yet, so you don't know if it's a ELE, an LE, that kind of serious event. You're not sure yet. Certainly a terrorist attack at Shea Stadium would be a very serious event. But would it be an event that would be extinguishing a lot of life, or most life? Maybe not. You don't know until you remote view that.
You're talking about the Nostradamus quatrain?
Yes, sir.
No, we have not ascertained that. All we know is we're dealing with a biological terrorist attack on what appears to be Shea Stadium, possibly the Yankee Stadium, and we did not download anything in terms of the quantity of life lost, the extent of damage, and the duration of the spores being active.
Okay, but we have a number of events that you and I have talked about, including the kill shot, which would affect a great majority of human life.
Yes.
A cylinder that supposedly broke or is on its way or broke over Africa, which will go to work on our plant life. That's got to be a gigantic spike out there. And then we've got another one called Y2K, which has got to be a gigantic spike if even a portion of what my other guests say is going to happen is going to happen. Now, these are events that will affect...
Let me reiterate something.
And then there's Korea, Ed, right?
Yes,
another
that's right. Except we, as remote viewers, are not picking up this thing called Y2K. It has not arisen in any of our forecast work. The next global catastrophe, the next planetary disaster, the next North American disaster, those kinds of things. We're not picking this up
as a disaster. And you should, shouldn't you? Because if part of what they say is true, telecommunications is going to shut down, power grids are going to go off, food is going to be hard to get, on and on and on and on. It seems so real right now, and yet you're not picking it up. How could you miss it? It's directly ahead, and if it really happened, it would have to be a big spike.
I don't think we're missing it, Art. I just don't think...
You don't think it's going to happen?
I don't think it isn't there. It isn't there as a reality, as an event. Otherwise, we would pick it up.
Well, then you are a very positive voice indeed, at least in the Y2K arena, and it makes you sound positive on something, Ed.
Well, but what we're saying, Art, is that it's either preempted or overcome by bigger events.
Yeah, well, I realize that. I do realize that. Somebody writes on a lighter note here, if it's lighter. Art, look, to have an angel intervene in someone's life, all they need to do is pray to God for an angel's assistance. It's that simple. Is it that simple, Ed?
I don't know, Art. I just don't know. Don't know. I think before the evening is over, I want to talk to you about our sort of our grand finale in terms of SciTech in the millennium here. We're going to go after the greatest terrorist of all. That's an interesting project that we have. And the profile, the greatest terrorist on the planet.
Is that the one that's going to perpetrate this deed?
This is the one that's going to perpetrate a number of deeds, but more importantly, we don't know where this enemy is and the extent of damage that he has already caused and his operating arenas. We need to we need to look at his pockets, his strongholds. We need to look at how he perceives success, where he resides, what inroads has he made objectively, and what inroads did he think he made subjectively, and what are the observable measures of his success.
Are you viewing...
And particularly his strategies, both strategic and tactical,
Ed,
short and long-term strategies.
Are you viewing what many would refer to as the Antichrist?
Satan.
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 Well, one thing about you, Ed, you don't pick small targets. Now,
never make little plans.
Never make little plans. Just sort of a sidebar question here. Wouldn't it potentially be really dangerous, assuming Satan is real?
Yeah. Now, Art.
Yes.
If you are any number of religious, and you belong to any number of denominations in any number of religions, I think that you assume that Satan is real.
Yep. But for the sake of a purely academic discussion here, if Satan is real, it seems to me that remote viewing him, what he's all about, has got to be one of the most dangerous things you've ever taken on.
That's correct. I absolutely agree. I don't know if I'm making a mistake or not, but it's already in the works. We're going to do it.
Oh, Ed. All right. Stay right there. Bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. No offense, but have you lost your mind?
No, I haven't. I think that ignorance is not bliss in this case, Art, and I take exception to the idea that yes, I know that I may place myself in peril, but all of us are in peril if we do not, if we ignore this entity that many of us believe is real.
But there is peril, and there is peril. And the peril...
fools rush in, where angels fear to tread. I think is very apropos in this case.
Yeah,
but
me too.
But this has to be done. I think that Father Malachi Martin would agree with me. He was alone. He was a voice in the wilderness. I mean, this was one man.
Yes, sir.
Who I have tremendous respect for him. In fact, he's been an inspiration to me.
He is still here, by the way, and recovering, Ed.
I know that.
A lay word, I get questions all the time, and folks, he is recovering. He is being totally protected, and that is as it should be. He's afraid of another stroke. But he is recovering well, doing very well, and I wanted everybody to know. Obviously, when he's back, we'll have him here right away.
We are mortals, and just as angels can see right through us and read us like accurately, there are no hidden pockets. So can the darker forces. So can Satan and elements connected with Satan. You can read all of our fears, all of our foibles. Our ego is perfectly transparent. And all of that's there, as Father Malachi Martin would agree with and know. And all of those things can be leveraged to destroy us.
But Ed,
they can destroy us as a culture and a people too.
But Ed, when you listen to Father Malachi Martin talk about exorcisms, and that is a collision, it's a contest with the devil is what it is. There have been collisions, Ed, that have killed priests. I mean, that's a fact. Killed priests, people who are practiced in going after the devil in a possession case. And it's hard for me to imagine you risking not just your mortal life, but your immortal soul in going after the devil, because that's what you're throwing out on the table. Your immortal soul.
Perhaps. I think in my case, the ignorance is a good thing. It's not bliss, but it's a good thing. And because I don't know how much work I alone or as a group of professionals will be able to accomplish, but if we can do anything at all, that is, what do we think we know about this entity? We think we know a lot, but what do we really know? I think that's the problem that we have. We think we know where Satan is operating, what battlefronts, what arenas. But we really need to know where the hidden stay-behind agents are. We need to get in the enemy's camp and to elaborate and profile what the strategies are, long and short term, where he is operating, what he views, I use he loosely, what it views this entity as its successes, what it sees as its current successes, those kinds of things.
But Ed, you have already told me that you have perfected as best you can what you do with remote viewing, and I accept that. But you've also said that you don't really know for certain where this ability or power or realm comes from, that you're still working on that aspect. So if you go after Satan, you're going and playing in his arena, and you haven't even figured out what arena you're in for sure. I guess what I'm saying to you is, I don't think you ought to do this.
Well, this is where faith enters in, Art.
It's like you're on his battlefield.
But we're also on. We're in mind. We're in the arena of mind to start out with. Although that may be that certain things may punch through that into the physical, and we know that happens all the time. But there's a battle up there. We're just mortals. Let's take a look at that battlefield. Let's take a look at the players, because we're not doing that now. The quickening, maybe it's meant to be, but we have children killing children now, Art.
I know.
And if you look at the arena of history, that hasn't happened that often, but it is happening now in Africa, in the United States, in Latin America. Children are killing children.
I
think that's one of the biggest success, but I could be wrong.
Oh, no, it's true. It's true. In Africa, the audience, if I were to actually describe what's going on right now, Ed, they would not believe me. I don't think they'll believe me. It's absolute, complete anarchy. There are taxi cab guys machine gunning other taxi cab guys every day. The newspaper in South Africa, in Johannesburg, or even in Cape Town, is full of nothing but horrible crimes. I mean, unimaginable crimes. People are being killed for no reason whatsoever, or for a tiny scrap of food, or $1 or $2, or whatever it is. There is complete anarchy on most of that continent right now, and most people don't know about it.
Americans are quite complacent.
They're actually putting flamethrowers on cars over there now, Ed.
It could happen here, Art. It could happen in the United States. But more importantly, I want to know, where are Satan's failures? Where has this entity failed? Tactically, on a personal level, and strategically? Because that's important. That's important to know, that an entity that powerful in time, space, and dimensionally has some failures. Let's hope there have been some.
Yeah, do you ever wonder whether we, the U.S., this country of ours, North America, are we one of his successes or failures?
I don't even know how to put parameters on the idea of success or failure, but we will do that. And I'm going to look at the failures first, Art, not the successes, because I think that I'm not so sure we're aware of all the failures. They may be quiet. We want to look at those things that are quiet and not so loud and noisy.
Well, Satan is not here to tell us the straight story, so there are many perils ahead for you. And it may be that what we would view as one of God's successes is instead one of Satan's successes.
That's exactly correct, and that's my point, Art. We should not second guess this, because the ignorance would really be, we would not be blissful then. We should not engage in second guessing when we're dealing with someone who is some thing, some entity, and forces that are associated with this entity that are so powerful and so devious. We better take a closer look.
What do you just offhand, Ed? Mm-hmm. Just offhand, what do you think Satan's disposition would be if he became aware that you were remote viewing him with an eye toward doing battle with or stopping him in some way from doing what he wanted to do? If he became aware that you were prying, what do you think would happen? Just off the top of your head.
I think that there are some possibly horrible things ahead. I'm not certain of that, but I do have a lot of faith, and I'm going to do this. War is horrible, Art. You and I were both volunteers, or I don't know if you were a draftee or not, but there's only so many ways to die.
I volunteered.
There's only so many ways to die, and I've had a good life, Art. It's time to give back.
I know, but
I think that it's more importantly, it's time to leave behind something, shine a light in these dark corners and see what's there hiding that may have been a cancer culturally or a meme that should not have sprouted to begin with. We don't know what we're in store for.
And our mortal life is really short, even cosmically almost meaningless. Boom, we're here and gone. 100 years best, and that's stretching it. We don't make it usually that long. Past 80, you're on borrowed time. And so it's very short. Mortal life is short, but that's not what's on the table here. That's not what you're throwing into the kitty. If you're going after Satan, really going to do that, you're throwing the whole thing in. You're throwing your eternal soul in.
I don't know that to be sure. That could be true. I don't know. What I am telling you now is the first thing that I am going to be looking at, and that my team is going to be tasked to look at, that it's on a volunteer basis, where are Satan's failures, especially recent ones within this century?
Yes.
Where are they on an individual level that had a great impact? That's what I'm looking at, because I think that many of us can see that entity's successes.
Well, if he notices you looking, it's not athlete's foot he's going to give you. It's nothing trivial. It's the whole thing. I'll tell you, you had to have gone through a process of considering what you might be risking.
I did, but I kept thinking, I did, and it was not a comfortable thing, and I'm sure it's going to be increasingly uncomfortable, but I kept thinking about Father Malachi Martin. Yes. He has been alone in this whole battle against forces of darkness, or whatever you wish to call them.
Numerically, basically alone, yes.
He's been a voice in the wilderness, and I'm thinking, why is that? And I realized that we don't put a lot of stock in things that we cannot see, and the metaphysical. We just don't do it, and yet, in our fundamental core, we are metaphysical creatures, and we're turning a blind eye toward that part of our existence and putting it all into our material, physical, dust in the wind existence, and the material nature of man. Father Malachi Martin saw something that many of us did not see, an insidious force that could not deny us our eternal existence, or at least denigrate it in some way. I think he needs some help, some reinforcements. That's just my idea. At any rate, where did Satan fail? Has Satan failed at all? Let's outline that. Let's profile those failures, and let's talk about them on the Art Bell Show. If you're game.
What do you think about that? Yeah, I'm game. I don't know why, but
I knew you would say yes.
I'm game. I'm not comforted exactly by the prospect. Have you taken the first steps in this direction yet?
Many years ago, it was against a group of what we thought were humans that turned out not to be humans. They were essentially lieutenants of this entity, and they were not human beings. When you remote view these entities, they do know that you're looking at
How many years ago, Ed, was this?
About 13.
It was during the military program?
Yes, it was during the military. I tasked my military team to look at a specific thing. What we had called, it was, in the 10th century, I believe, in Mongolia, there was a monk, the Haktuktu was his name.
Yes.
This monk had about 10,000 male monks, an army of male monks, and together they could resonate and do things at a distance. Very, very powerful. It's sort of like prayer, the dark side of prayer.
Yeah.
And their ideas and their powers together, conjointly, could push through time and actually influence other times. I found this so fascinating that when we stumbled across it, when we turned our attention toward the Haktaktu, it was as if this entity that we later called the red-robed man, because he wrote it had a big red robe, knew that even in the 20th century, we were looking back through time at it, and it was still operating from that headquarters in the 10th century in Mongolia, through time, influencing cultures. We very much think that Hitler's occult bureau, the Honorati, was somehow connected with influences that emanated from the 10th century headquarters of the Haktaktu, but we're not sure. At any rate, it's moot.
When do you anticipate beginning this project?
This week. There's a few things we need to wrap up, of course.
Yeah, like your life and a will and...
Actually, I do want to identify the specific agent that we're looking at in July, those kinds of things. And
what makes you... Here's what a lot of people will say about Lucifer, Satan, that he is the king of lies and deception. And here you go into this battlefield with one who would completely deceive you. And so you've got to imagine the possibility that you could be remote viewing a complete deception. Or you might even imagine that for some time now you have been remote viewing complete deceptions. Has that occurred to you?
Yes, it has. It absolutely has. And I'm relying upon people who are more in touch with their God than I to be able to look at the information that we as technicians objectify, to be able to sort that out and say, this is right, this is wrong. Because there's sort of a truth button in all of us. It's there. We just need to nurture it. People know. They can recognize the truth. That is a God-given, innate birthright that we have. And if people are in touch with that, they know what's true and they know what's false.
I'm curious, Ed, those who work with you, your vice president, those close to you, your students, have you told them of what you're going to do?
No, I told them to listen to the show tonight. I have an announcement to make. I told my two things, that my target of the week had been this Nostradamus quatrain, and I have students working that, the TRV tape students or commercial students.
Right.
So they should be listening for that feedback. And then I told my employees who are in the process of moving to Hawaiian Islands,
yes,
as we speak, to listen to the show tonight because I have an announcement. And the reason I said that is because I want them to decide whether or not they choose to participate. Otherwise, I'm going to go back and grab a couple of people on the military team who I know are very courageous men, and I'm going to do it with them. I'm going to rejoin forces with the old military team, and I know they'll take up the challenge.
So where angels fear to tread. Here goes Ed Dames, huh?
I don't know if angels fear to tread there, but I think there's a lot of men that do.
Well, the fallen ones, of course, but otherwise, I don't think they tread there. All right, Ed, hold on. Good Lord. Top of the hour. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM. The thought. Cassini is indeed coming back in July, and what if it's not Y2K ready? Oh, my God. All right, Ed. Listen, I always want to give you this opportunity for coming on my show, and it is you have a very unique set of tapes, and you know that I've watched the first, the Module 1. These tapes will teach people out there, my listeners, all of you, whatever, how to do what Ed does, remote view. He actually has put all of this into a series of tapes. I've watched the first one. I've been kind of afraid, frankly, to watch because I haven't figured out yet whether I want to do it. Because it makes me participant, and I don't know if I want to be a participant. Do you understand that, Ed?
There's a lot of responsibility that comes with knowledge.
Yeah. And I it might ruin what I do. In other words, if I really mastered it, Ed, and I began to look at some of the events that you have seen, then I would be an advocate. I would move away from being at least a talk show host asking questions into making statements as an advocate. And I just don't know that I want to do that.
That's a very good self-assessment, Art.
Yeah, I mean, this is a job I do. But I know there are a zillion people out there who do want to do it. They want that ability. And you do have tapes that will teach them how to do it. And so how do they get those tapes, and what do they consist of?
Okay, the Module 1 is a single tape, and that is suitable to allow people to know that this is real. They can remote view for themselves, grow geographical features. That their unconscious can do this in spite of themselves. In fact, even children can be taught to do it using Module 1.
It's relatively inexpensive, folks, by the way, and it's kind of tape you watch, and you will know right then and there whether you want to move on or not. The Module 1 is how much?
Module 1 is around $49.95, something like that.
Okay. And I can tell you right now, from that, folks, you will determine, it's a very high-quality production, that this is very real. And you will know, after you have watched this, some basics and whether you want to move on or not. Module 2 gets more expensive. It is the extensive training course.
It will take you 4 months to master that.
Yeah.
And you have at your disposal me on the internet. I teach free. I critique your sessions, and I teach advanced techniques free on the internet daily. So that's there in terms of technical support. But that requires a lot of studying. It's 4 tapes, a total of more than 8 hours of instruction and lecture and practice drills. That is not suitable for children. That as well as tapes in the background of our company can be found by dialing toll-free 1-877-878-1777. Our mailing address.
All right, one thing I hold it. It's 1-877-878-1777.
Correct.
All right.
That's good in Canada and U.S. Our mailing address, if you'd like to send us a check for that, if you don't want to call that number, P.O. Box 3762, Beverly Hills, California, 90212. That address is good for another few months, and then we will be moving our operations entirely to Hawaii.
So everything's going to Hawaii?
Everything. Employees are on their way now.
What is the zip code again, please?
90212.
Okay, if I've got it right then, it would be SciTech. Is that how you would want it addressed? SciTech?
That's fine.
P.O. Box 3762, Beverly Hills, California, 90212.
Correct. Or they can order through any of the big book companies, Amazon.com,
right.
Or they can hit our website if they'd like more information on our company and what we do and our projects through your website.
All right. Here we go, Ed. Let's see what's out there, and there's going to be a lot. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi. Hello there.
Hello?
Yes, sir. You're on the air.
My name is Tony. I'm from Spokane, Washington.
Hi, Tony.
Yes, Ed. First off, I'd like to let you know that I respect you very much. I respect everybody I talk to. But my question is, how do you feel that you can get through to Satan by simply channeling himself? He was created by the true creator.
It's not a matter of channeling.
Don't you feel that you...
Hold it, caller. Hold it.
Yeah.
Yes.
On that one point, it's not channeling. Even I would have stepped in and said that.
In terms of our technology, Satan and you are both patterns of information. Me, you, the largest dinosaur that ever lived in Jurassic, all have identities as patterns of information. It's simply that. How that objectifies in the real material world, where the metaphysical pushes into the physical, is a totally different thing. But where we are, in the arena of mind, it is all patterns of information. We're just turning our attention and our unconscious attention to that specific pattern, Satan, and we are qualifying the search, think of a library search, as Satan's contemporary failures. You want to look at those failures. That's what we're doing. It's like a library or a database search.
Well, okay. Again, then my question also, you see, in the last 13 years, the spiritual vibrations have came up in this show. I have had them for 13 years. And through my learning of this, the true creator is where you can find anything that you want to find. And through that, I don't understand how, well...
Caller, Ed made a pretty good point. He referred to Father Malachi Martin. Father Martin has encountered Satan in possession cases directly.
Yeah.
Now, we think that those cases are by invitation, not necessarily. You understand what I mean? The Ouija board or something like that.
Yep.
Invitation. But what I'm particularly interested in are what are the facilitators of Satan's stratagems, both the unwitting ones as well as the witting ones. Who are individuals, for instance, who are unwittingly participating in furthering the designs, the ones that we may not recognize?
The deceiving part of mankind.
Or the group.
Yeah. Yep. In other words, Satan's tools.
Okay. Well,
the unwitting ones, the ones that may not.
I'm not trying to really interrupt or anything. I'm sorry. I'm kind of new at this, but through the true creator, you can find any information that you want. Because you created everything. Or it. Or what have you.
Mm-hmm. You're preaching to the choir. And then we have a tool to do it accurately and specifically.
So, I guess what he's saying is, you're treading into, by the avenue you're taking, by not going through the true creator God, his God, somebody's God, and going to the dark side to try and profile failures, tools, people that are being used. Boy, are you stepping into some strange territory, Ed.
But the creator is in us, Art. The creator is in us. It's a part of the creator is within our structure.
Well, then
we're really not going outside of the creator for this information. But the very mind of the creator is the arena in which we download data.
What about the very mind of Satan? Is he not in us the same way?
I don't know if he or it is in us, but it's certainly a part of that self-same mind.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Yes, good morning. This is Dan in Virginia.
Hello.
Good morning.
Hi, Ed.
Hi.
Before I ask my questions, I would like to suggest that we offer some prayers for both Ed and Father Malachi, so they won't be out there by themselves.
Yeah, that's good advice.
And to get to the topic I wanted to mention to you, I have this feeling that everything that is going on, in the media, concerning the war, the impeachment process, is really smoke screens to cover up a bigger event that's taking place and to kind of distract us from this bigger event.
Well, though, caller, every event that has come along since I've been doing talk radio, every major news-consuming CNN constant breaking news type event, every one of them, for years now, has been said to be what you just said. A smokescreen to cover up something else. Now, not everything can be a smokescreen to cover up something else. Some events are real. Ed?
We pick and choose, Art, and there's so much information, and there's so many ways to live your life. We do it as a culture. We choose as a culture. We choose as a group, as a nation, as a globe. And as the times change, these things cycle back and forth.
Well, even recent events, the bombing of Iraq with, what is it, $330 or $40 million worth of cruise missiles, the impeachment of the president by Congress, these are pretty big things, and they should be a pretty good sized spike in the timeline continuum.
Well, my point is, and it's a very interesting point, that the collective unconscious, or the global mind, or the matrix in terms of technical remote viewing vernacular terminology, whatever that is, has a different idea about what's important. For instance, perhaps something small that pops up in the future that we pick up as a critical node that we may perceive as small may be the seed for something very large. I mean, that's easy to understand. A single individual being born that could change the world. The birth of Adolf Hitler. The birth of Gandhi. The death of Gandhi. Those kinds of things are, even though they're very, very small in terms of the quantifying one soul, because there's of all the billions of souls here. In the course of human events, the meaning is very large, and that's what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with meanings.
Oh, yes.
And the spikes that are connected with meanings, some of those spikes are very different than the spikes connected with the physical effects and events connected with war.
Have you viewed your own death?
No, I have not.
Why not?
No, I haven't.
Why not?
I'm willing to do that now. I was not up until about, a year ago. I was too chicken. But I would do it now. I'm getting older, Art. And it's getting shorter of breath, one day closer to death. I think I could handle that now. I wouldn't want to talk to my children about it. I would keep it to myself.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi. This is Robert, and I'm in Lubbock, Texas, listening to KFYO.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir. I've got a couple of questions or points of view I'd like to bring forward. One for...
okay, we don't have a lot of time, so just go ahead.
Okay. First of all, Art had a guest on his show. I think his name was Dr. LaViolet. I'm not positive. He's talking about gamma rays.
That's correct, yes.
I was wondering if Ed's aware of this, and if he's brought this into his factoring with the solar shots, if there's a way we could get an idea when the next gamma waves would...
well, there would be intense radiation, of course, and that is something Ed has taken on. Anything else?
Yeah, there was an article that came out after the last time he was on the show, and he was talking about this. There was an article that came out in the paper on the invisible supernova that took place in the year 1250 that they don't understand. It should have been visible in the night sky for a year or so. It would have been... The only thing brighter than it would have been the moon, and there's no record of it being there, but NASA... this is Robert Petrie at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center in Greenbelt says that this may be some sort of invisible light. And I was wondering about tuning in on that. And then something about this landing in Arizona, too. I wanted to say something.
All right. Well, I tell you what, we're out of time, and that's an awful lot to tackle, so we'll try and tackle it, particularly about the gamma rays and the sun kill shot. We'll get to that when we come back. It is now the bottom of the hour. We'll break and get right back to Ed Dames and your calls. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Go to the phones again in a second, but I think this is an important question for you. It comes from Yonkers, New York, Ed. I've heard quite a bit about Major Dames' projects on previous Art Bell shows, and I've been seen something about them on your website, Ed. However, I've never heard any hard statistics about his successes. With respect, would you please list a few events that Major Dames or his crew have remote viewed that actually occurred afterward? I have no doubt that remote viewing is a possibility. In fact, I'm certain of it, but respectfully, I do have doubts about, obviously, your record, Ed. So would you care to list things that you have remote viewed successfully?
I think the idea of the global economic collapse is probably a good one. It's a good one because it was unanticipated. Again, it was a laughable idea 2 years ago, but it's no longer laughable. The market in this country is all liquidity driven. It's not being driven by manufacturing And Southeast Asia has no economy. Latin America has no economy. South America and Asia itself are stagnant, and we're next.
And by the way, our markets, NASDAQ, the Dow, they're all going through the roof.
They're all liquidity driven, though, Art. It's scary. There's no manufacturing behind that.
All right, people need to know. I get papers from you all the time. You do a lot of missing child work and that sort of thing, murders. I get reports from you all the time on that kind of thing. I don't necessarily read them on the air, but I do get them. But if you go back to even the cylinders in Iraq, the gas cylinders in Iraq, could you just list some of the other things that you have done?
We do a lot of work. We do a lot of public service work too. For instance, I think in terms of just this nation alone, there was a little girl that was missing from her home in Jacksonville, Florida. Maggie Ray Clifton. We told her parents and the police that she was dead, and that her body was trapped beneath a wire grid, submerged beneath a wire grid, and we were going to determine the cause of death and where her body was. And the next day we faxed that to Jacksonville, and we talked to her parents.
And I must add, to me too.
Now, when we do something like that, you better be right. You better be right when you tell parents that their child is dead, and that you're going to find the child's body, and that you're working on it. So we do a lot of things like this, and they're very hard.
I had a guy coming at me saying that he had called the sheriff's department there, and they didn't know a thing about you, Ed.
You got the fax the night before, which was the same time.
I know I did. As a matter of fact, I took the time and trouble to call this guy who faxed me about the sheriff and the parents, and I told him, look, how do you account for I got the fax the night before they made the announcement? How can you possibly account for that? And he couldn't.
Well, there's a lot of people that work in the sheriff's department where things were moving so fast then that they were overcome by events. But can you imagine where my company would be if, now this is not a predictive thing, Art. This is an intelligence collection operation. If we had announced that to a child's parents that the child was dead and the child was not turned up living. Yep. Now, where do you think I would stand? Now, in terms of corporate risk, you know what that means.
Of course,
that is really sticking your neck out on a line. So that's what we do in terms of intelligence.
Yeah, but there are so many things that you should be listing here, Ed. The frogs, for example. My God, it was what? How many years ago now?
I don't know, Art.
You told me that frogs there would be deformities and that frog eggs would begin to die.
But more than that, what this as an intelligence collection tool, what we said on your show was the reason that they were dying was not because of the pollution in the water, but because anything that in a neotenate stage, in the embryo or young larval stage that is exposed to ultraviolet light will be damaged beyond repair.
Right, which is exactly what the scientists are saying right now.
But it took them a while.
But
that's why this
I'm just trying to get you
can save so much money.
I'm just trying to get you to list some. I mean, I've been with you through a lot of your successes, and you really need to list them. If you go back into the military program, you had success finding gas cylinders in Iraq, didn't you?
And that was SciTech in 1991. The United Nations approached us. These examples are up on our webpage if somebody's internet capable.
If they want to read, right?
The news articles on SciTech and our success.
But a lot of people don't have computers yet.
I understand.
And so there are so many examples of things that you have done that you really should just sort of tell people. When you do a full-on project, Ed, and you have all of your best remote viewers on it, what is your success rate?
It depends on whether it's a predictive study or it's an intelligence collection study. An intelligence collection study will be 100% dead on. A predictive study will not be quite so, but it can be important in terms of saving lives and preparing people for something to come. For instance, the Nostradamus quatrain that we talked about earlier on your show. we're not going to change baseball's Shea Stadium's agenda there, but we may save some lives. But it isn't just us. It's actually Nostradamus back in 1550 or whenever he had this vision and put it pen to paper, was the one that eventually, 450 years later, would have an initiated saving some people's lives.
All right. The caller before the bottom of the hour asked about gamma rays, and indeed now the Israeli scientists think that radiation killed the dinosaurs. We know that we are irradiated. There was this incredible explosion out in space, and we were all given a couple of dental x-rays worth of radiation. But he wanted to know if the business about gamma rays had anything to do with your prediction with regard to the sun.
Yes, we think yes. Many years ago, in fact, when I first came on your show, about 3 years ago, I mentioned that the most interesting predictive thing that technical remote viewers were perceiving in the out years, I also mentioned that all bets are off in 1999. We're pretty close. Pretty close. Would be something that I termed a discontinuity, that I could not understand. A break in the chain of human evolution.
That's correct.
It took us 2 years to ascertain the nature of that so-called discontinuity, and we finally understood that it was what we called a kill shot, perhaps a burst of gamma radiation, perhaps a burst of protons or X-rays, or all three, from our own sun. And that there would be a precursor event. We believe now that this very large event several months ago, that was detected several months ago, actually it was detected about a year ago, I think, that arrived here, was the precursor, and that the kill shot would happen now, sometime between 1999 and 2001. Kill shot being something like a solar flare or a burst of radiation from our sun that will extinguish a great portion of life on Earth. Perhaps this is what we are calling the event connected with Revelation's seventh seal. Where 1/3 of the fishes in the sea and 1/3 of life on Earth dies. This is what we think we're dealing with, and we think this event occurs between 1999 and 2001.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi, Art and Ed, season's greetings.
And the very same to you, sir.
From Canada. Ed, did you pick up that book, 1999, Who Will Survive?
So you're the one.
What's that?
You're the one that recommended that to me. No, I'm ashamed to say and embarrassed I haven't had time to do that, but I appreciate you tipping me off about it.
Yeah, right on. Art had him as a guest. I think I prompted Art through faxes many times there. He had him on last year.
Are you one of my students?
Excuse me, sir?
Are you one of my students?
Yes, yeah, I've been in your chat room, and it's Terrible Tim calling.
All right.
Many different handles. But I'm concerned about you PRVing Satan. I get a sick feeling to my stomach that you're going to be used as an example or something. You know, as
that could be your body reacting to imagination, or it could be the real thing.
He knows you're coming in this forum alone. But have you talked to Father Martin about this idea at all, or? Maybe ran it through someone.
Nobody can talk to Father Martin right now.
Someone in the club. Oh, is that right?
Well, that's right. Yes.
Actually, I do have his home phone, but I don't bother him because I want him to recover.
Yeah, he's got to recover. But
what SciTech was going to do with Father Martin before he became ill-disposed was to help him with some of his more intractable exorcisms to determine whether or not the malady was psychosomatic, other dimensional, or both. That's where we can be of great assistance in intelligence gathering.
As you begin to remote view the profile of Satan,
we want to profile Satan's activities,
and
particularly his failures.
And as you do that, you will actually come across names of people that are being used.
We have no idea what we're going to come across, Art.
Is that likely?
You'll hear about it will be the next time I'm on if I make it. Just saying. I don't have. We do not go into a problem set with any preconceived notions about what's there. If we do that, then we'll miss a lot of important things. These tangential things that may be important. For instance, let me give you an example from military days. Suppose I was interested in penetrating a biological warfare program in a certain country.
Yes.
I might assume that the director of an institute was the one that's in charge of a program. If I assume that, then I might miss the fact that there's someone hidden
Yeah, you might.
that's actually involved in it. Another good example, Manuel Noriega, when he was overthrown, Manuel Noriega was not the president of that country. He was 2 or 3 tiers down. There are hidden individuals who control that country.
Now,
Manuel Noriega was a puppet.
how am I to know if the next Ed Dames that I talk to after you attempt this remote viewing is the same old Ed Dames that I've always known, or the Ed Dames if you come on my show and you say, you know, Art, I've been wrong about the kill shot, I'm wrong about the cylinder, Y2K, Korea, the whole thing, none of it is going to happen. That's what I found out. That's the result of my remote viewing Satan. Then I'm really worried, Ed.
That what you might consider doing is, if you have someone that you really trust and someone you know is a good human being, and you might want, you could go to that person and ask that person's opinion, rather than rely upon your own judgment, which might be what you might think is fallible. If you don't feel that you can trust your truth switch, go to someone whose truth switch works well and ask them.
You insulted my truth switch. It's just that, well, I've got a lot of thinking to do. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
And Ed. Nice to talk to you.
Where are you, sir?
I'm from Middleborough, Massachusetts.
All right.
My name's Andy. I got to really applaud you for your show. I've been listening for about 6 months now, and it's just...
It's different.
Yeah. I mean, you talk about stuff that it's intrigued me for the last 20 years of my life, you know. I've had some really strange...
Well, look, you're not alone. Millions and millions of people understand that there is a lot more to us, sir, than flesh and bone and all the things we can feel and touch. And there's a lot out there we don't understand, and that's what we deal with here.
Well, Ed said something tonight that really struck a chord, because when he was talking about the 10th century... these lieutenants, you call them?
Yeah. They were monks.
Yeah, I was hoping you could elaborate on that. But first, let me just get out what when I was probably about 12, I saw an entity in my neighbor's house late at night. I got up in the middle of the night and walked to the kitchen, and this robed being was sitting on the kitchen counter, who, as soon as I turned the corner, looked at me, smiled, and waved, okay? And, and that was only the second apparitions I'd seen. When I was 7, I saw these light beings sitting on the end of my bed, looking, smiling adoringly at me. And then when I was, wait a minute, check it out. When I was 15, I saw a UFO, triangular-shaped, all sorts of lights underneath it. It rode right over our heads. I mean, 10 feet above the treetop level, right above us.
I know. Been there, done that, sir. Look, I appreciate your call, but you've given us a lot to chew on, and we don't have a lot of time. The appearance of beings, Ed, people like that man just described, a dark-robed person, probably on the negative side of things, versus the lighter beings that he saw.
I would not automatically assume that, Art. He did not say dark robe anyway. He said robe. I would not assume that one thing is. We just don't know. That's the reason we need to penetrate into those dimensions to assess each one of these. Thank goodness we now have a tool to do that. Second remote viewing is a good tool, but we have to take each one of these events at a time and assess it, and then determine whether or not we're dealing with something that is, for all intents and purposes, and subjectively positive or negative.
Right, okay, fair enough. And the 10th century monks,
led by a figure called the Haktuktu, was, for all intents and purposes, a bad guy. Very powerful. Very powerful indeed.
You know, a friend of mine, Daniel Brinkley, repeats endlessly, we are all powerful spiritual beings. But
I did not feel very powerful when I removed this particular entity. Put it that way.
Who was, I think you made the analogy, a lieutenant of Satan.
That's just a guess, but I'm willing to stick with that guess right now.
Yes, all right. Well, if you felt kind of not all that powerful a spiritual being compared to what you met up with, whatever it was, then how can you possibly contemplate getting into the ring with the king of them all? At least, you know, aside from our maker, the king of them all, Satan, the biggest, baddest, meanest fallen angel around.
Well, it's not because of ego. If it were, that would be my undoing. That certainly would be my undoing, as anyone can imagine. When you're dealing with, that would be the greatest leverage that an entity like that could have.
I agree with you, but as powerful a spiritual being as you may be, if you lock horns, pun intended, I suppose, God, Ed, you know, I'm not a great judge of these things, but hold on, we're at the top of another hour. I'm not a great judge of these things, but if you lock horns with that one, and if I had money to put down on a contest, I don't know that it would be on Ed. Even with a great big number spread. Back now to SciTech's Major Ed Dames, the guy who's about to open the door. Ed, a lot of people want to talk to you, of course. I've got, for example, in front of me, I've got another case that you probably don't want to mention on the air right now that you had sent me. First name Stephanie?
Yes. It's one of this may be a failure. We hope it's not. This is an abducted child. We get a lot of requests by very prominent police forces to help them.
I'm
They're
sure
willing to work with us, but we choose only abducted children, children that are missing and taken away under
duress,
or where the threat of harm. Those are the cases that we choose. Actually, that I choose. As a company policy, and you know, many of these have rewards up to $1 million. But my policy is that no officer or employee of SciTech will accept the reward or bounty for work we do in the service of the public, and that's just the way it is. But unless we have a ground team, in this case, we do have a ground team, but it's a small one. We're now hiring a private investigative service to help us snatch this child away from its captor. And we've had a lot of problems with this case. We've had the same problems that we had as a military team in the Mideast trying to snatch hostages away from the Hezbollah and Hamas and other terrorist groups. A very, very difficult time. I don't want to talk a lot about the case.
Yeah, that's fine. I understand why you say you don't like these cases. I wouldn't like them.
Art, we run it. It's not the remote viewing that's only the difficulty. It's our ground operations. If we are not working hand in hand with the police, then we have to do it as privately, and that's difficult because you have trespassing laws that you may be violating, stalking laws that you may be violating. And it's a difficult task for us. We have to really skirt the law a lot on the ground in the continental United States. If we're dealing with a child that's in another country,
things that the law would frown upon.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. First time calling a line. You're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Good morning, Art and Ed.
Yes. Good morning, sir. Where are you?
This is Bruce in Seattle.
Yes, sir.
Listening on Como. A couple of weeks ago, you had a caller that mentioned Jane Roberts. I don't know if you remember that or not.
No, not yet.
Yeah, okay. Well, Jane Roberts, it's kind of like the Seth Chronicles. He mentioned that also. He mentioned that you could pick up a book called Speaks.
Yes, oh, okay.
Yeah, right. Well, actually, I've been a seeker my whole life, and when I finally got into Jane Roberts' material, like he mentioned, it really dovetails in great with everything you talk about on the show. And probably the two major premises of her works were that thoughts are real, and that we create our own reality through our thoughts.
I received a very nice letter from her husband after she died years ago.
Oh, Robert Butts?
Yes.
Yeah. Great. So you're familiar with her work then, Ed?
Intimately.
Great.
And what's your take on it, Ed? In other words, that we...
It was the Seth material when I was a young man, also as a seeker, like yourself, Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
They had a great influence on me. It was the first time that I had been presented with a model of existence that was unlike the textbook model that I had become familiar with.
Certainly.
And I view it as a stepping stone in my own personal intellectual evolution.
It was with me too, and I was just curious, going by the premise that thoughts are real, and okay, since you're going to take this step, as far as remote viewing Satan, what kind of protection are you taking with you? In other words, what are your beliefs?
Friends in high places.
Pardon me?
Friends in high places.
Okay, right. I was just wondering, how much you're actually, as far as your thoughts, how much power Satan actually has.
I'm sure you were not referring to anybody in the current administration.
No. No.
Okay.
No.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
Yes, Art, this is Greg from El Cajon, California.
Hi, Greg.
How are you?
Okay.
I just wanted to say happy holidays to you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
And Art, the best Christmas gift you could have given all your listeners is something you've done, and that was coming back. And it's a greatly appreciated thing.
Very kind of you. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Ed, how are you today?
Fine, thank you.
Good, sir. A two-part question for you, if I may. When in the military remote viewing program, did you ever know of anybody, because of the material that they were remote viewing, that actually personally cracked up and was institutionalized?
Not from the yes. Yes, I did. David Morehouse was the one in the remote viewing, as a remote viewer, and there was we used to use the Monroe Institute to assess and vet our prospective candidates for the program, and there was a young lieutenant who was not properly briefed, or actually not properly prepared to go through that course, and he cracked up in the Monroe Institute. So those were two separate cases in two separate venues.
Right. And
one apropos to your question.
And that leads me to my next question. And I know it's kind of like beating a dead horse tonight after you mentioned that you were going to remote view Satan. I think you're a very credible person, and I do have a belief in the things that you do say. My only concern is, Ed, is that if you do start to remote view Satan, and I know you do, and you know what you're doing, do you feel that, as Art had mentioned too, once Satan or this entity realizes that you're watching him, or you and your colleagues are watching him, do you feel maybe that by getting this individual's attention, that he may never leave you alone again?
Yes. All right, we both said yes.
I think that's a distinct possibility.
And so then what you're doing...
But the again part is, what are we talking about again? I'm 49 years old. How long is again? How many times?
Well, possibly for eternity, yes.
That could be. I don't know. You play the game and you take your chances. But what I think my threshold personally, and there's a lot of personal things I don't talk about. What I'm going to do after the show, those kinds of things.
Sure.
How I disappear into the night. That's those kinds of things that you'll never know about. Personally, the threshold for me in selecting this was children killing children. Now, I assume this has gone on, and this has happened before in other centuries, but now when I see it in my backyard in America, children are killing children in America. This is the straw that broke the camel's back for me, and this is what led me to believe that there is something behind the scenes that is not if you look for it, whatever it is, you can't touch it or feel it. It's something else, and something needs more intelligence needs to be collected on whatever it is that's allowing that to happen, and it can't just be called the quickening and dropped at that. We need to be apprised of whatever that is out there that is causing this to happen. And I think where I want to look is Satan. And that was my choice.
Okay. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hello.
Hello.
Where are you?
I'm in Oklahoma, KTOK 1000, Don.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Well, I want to welcome you back, and you don't know how hard it was for me to even come to work when you left.
Sorry about that.
And how much we love you. And
thank you.
Father Malachi Martin, how he's very well loved. He says a sweet soul.
Thank you.
I can't hardly hear you.
Well, sorry about that. I'll try and speak up. Do you have a question for Ed Dames?
Well, I kind of have to agree with you. I don't think I'd bet on this one. You realize, Ed, are you there?
Yeah, yes, sir.
You realize that Satan and Lucifer are two different entities?
Yes, sir, I do.
Oh, well, that's fine.
I mean, but even Satan in 21 points, then I'd be hesitant to put my money on Ed.
Well, what are you planning to find out there about Lucifer or Satan?
As stated, I want to ascertain if Satan has had any failures in the conducting his strategy in recent times within this century, and I want to be able to profile those failures and look at them as attack points for us, as learning points for what we should be doing.
Achilles' heels. In other words, when you determine what Satan's failures are, you then know how to go after him. I fully realize that.
I'm not talking about going after. I'm talking about how we can change ourselves to, I think that's what I'm talking about. We'll know more when we gather the intelligence, but how we can change to disallow his strategies from succeeding.
But
I want to know what the goals were, and I want to know why he failed, if he did at all.
Yeah, but Ed, when you examine any mortal being's failures, you look straight at their Achilles heel. That is their Achilles heel.
I would disagree with that. Sometimes our failures are blessings in disguise. This is how we can learn many times by our failures. I have.
We can learn by our failures. Yes, that is, I'm sure that's true.
But we don't want to lose our future as a race because of our failures. And I think that something is undermining our future. And has been for a while. And has been doing it successfully. That's my premise, Art.
Okay, west of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening. Where are you?
This is Patrick from San Diego.
Yes, sir.
This is an open forum, is it not?
It is.
Excellent. I'd like to ask Major Dames actually a two-part question and then be allowed to follow his response with my own response.
Well, it depends on how much time it takes. Just do it. Go ahead.
Well, okay. Just to let your audience know, if I'm cut off prematurely, I would actually like to request to be carried over if possible.
Well, look, sir, I'm telling you right now, I have 7 minutes to the bottom of the hour. I can only allot so much for each caller. The longer we spend talking about whether or not you're going to make it.
To close my statement, my last words would be something to the effect of, gentlemen, thank you, good night. Major Dames, what are your thoughts on MK Ultra? And if you're thinking of remote viewing Satan, why not start with Colonel, I understand now possibly General, Michael Aquino, who's the head of the Temple of Set and is also in Army PSYOPs.
MK Ultra is passé, as far as I'm concerned.
A long time ago, yeah, everybody knows what it was.
And Aquino was a captain in the Army and was a loose cannon, and now he's out of the Army.
I'd like to read something for you, a brief paragraph.
No, please don't.
Oh.
Just paraphrase it for us.
Okay, well, it says something to the effect of the paranormal fantasies spun by Ed Dames, a veteran of the CIA's UFO working group, could be interpreted as a blind for illegal mind control experimentation and harassment of subjects.
All right, so in other words, Ed, he's accusing you of being a black op disinformation agent, if I heard that correctly, and I think I did.
Well, that's fine. That's fine with me. I've been accused of being and doing many things.
Yeah, me too.
People have to be, people pick and choose. They decide for themselves. And you and I both give them credit for that.
I really do. It's true. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Good morning.
Howdy.
Howdy.
Just one question for Ed James. Oh, that's Roy calling from Austin, Texas.
Yes, sir.
Ed, have you done anything recently concerning Amelia Earhart?
No. We finished phase one, which was locating the wreckage, two major pieces, a wing part and one engine, and we were a sponsor offered to actually pay for our work, our recovery work.
To physically go there.
Yeah, physically go there. But it would take me out of the loop for a while, and our company's capacity constrained. So we have to be careful about how we space out our work. And this one's still there. We're moving our company now 3,000 miles closer to that location in Micronesia. So it's Honolulu is a good jump-off point to pursue that rather than Los Angeles. So we're waiting until we get our offices completely moved here, and then we're going to orchestrate that recovery.
One of the reasons I asked
was,
I saw something on the internet the other day from CNN or CNBC, one of those sites, about somebody potentially discovering part of the airplane on some island.
No, that's Rick Gillespie with the Tiger Group, the international group for historic aviation restoration. And this is just a recycle of what they've done in the past. 2 unsuccessful searches. They want funds to go back for another unsuccessful search on Gardner Island, also called the old name was Nicomoro Island. They want to go back to the same place based upon some small piece of evidence. We have told them that they're in the wrong spot. And we agree to disagree.
Okay. And one last question. I remember you talking a couple of months ago about potentially there being some sort of a stock market crash. And
what I said last year, or earlier than last year, was by summer of this year, 1998, there would be a global economic collapse. Not a stock market collapse, but a collapse of economies.
And that did happen. It happened in Asia. It happened in South America. Actually, it's still happening.
And it's still happening. That's correct.
Now, the only question in my mind is when all of these external collapses are going to reach us. Any thoughts on that?
Art, as I have said numerous times, as far as I'm concerned, all bets are off in 1999. There is going to be a confluence of events, man-made and natural, and our heads are going to be spinning in 99.
It's going to be an interesting year, eh?
Dig in.
Dig in. Yeah, that's good advice, I think. Dig in. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi, this is Zini from Kate. I had 2 questions.
Wait a minute. Jeannie from where?
No, Zini. From Dallas.
Dallas. Zini from Dallas.
I'm
right.
sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, my first question was, if there's an event, like say you wanted to see your own child's death, could you actually be allowed to see it? And by seeing that, could you change it?
We don't know.
Okay.
As far as individuals go, we think the answer is yes. As far as mass events, large events, or large geophysical events, we think the answer is generally no, at least in this state of development of mankind.
Okay. And the other question is, Father Moore came on. He was talking about the third secret of Fatima on June 30th.
Oh, yes.
Did you do any work with that?
I missed that program, and I never got to hear a replay. We were too busy hunting.
Nevertheless, though, you have remote viewed the third secret.
Correct.
And the third secret
is the third part of the secret. It's the third part of the so-called secret of Fatima,
which says basically
the opening of what in Revelation what is described as the sixth seal.
The opening of the sixth seal. All right, there you are. Major Ed Dames, SciTech Ed Dames, is my guest, and we will be right back.
Your UFO in Roswell was brought down by a gentleman called Wilhelm Reich with a cloud-busting machine. an Oregon accumulator.
Well, actually, sir, I think that if you're asking Ed Dames...
No, I've got a subject for him. I practice what he is teaching.
Well, he's had a definitive statement about Roswell, but if you have a question for him, go ahead.
Okay, with his travel that he wants to go on now, this, if you could reroute to the research and what happened with, Wilhelm Reich beforehand, because I know the travel you're going on is going to be a very dangerous one. You'll get a lot of information of an energy field which is causing, our own electrical field is causing the energy field of the planet itself, the Oregon field. That's where all our disruptions are. That's where our diseases are starting to come from, because each human body has its own aura, its own Oregon field. It's all the same. It says the same in all the books.
The Oregon. Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand what he's saying, but I'm recalling your comments about Roswell, Ed, and I think it had to do with time travel, didn't it?
That's it. We feel that it was a staged event by another race that staged it, allowed it to happen, and then went back and changed it. And so there were physical parts, physical things at a crashed site that was a staged event for a while. And then the event was disallowed. So it took, there was a split along an event line where the event was there and then it was gone. But the memories cannot be erased from the people who actually touched physical items. So although there is absolutely no physical evidence, nor will there ever be in the future, the memories of that event were still there by many people. And it's probably pretty easy to understand how much confusion there is surrounding the Roswell event, why nothing makes sense. That's one of the reasons why.
Well, you're right about that. Nothing makes sense. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi, this is Dustin at Lubbock, Texas.
Hi, Dustin.
How are you?
All right.
I got two short things. First off, assuming, if you assume there's a Satan, before you go into something as dangerous as that, maybe it'd be a good idea to go to something spiritually good. Like, assuming there's a God. If you remote view God, you might get some spiritual insight.
Actually, he has remote viewed the life of Jesus.
Really?
Really. Ed, you want to say a word or two about that?
Well, those are pretty private things. Each of us has who in our own way, whether through prayer and of course prayer is no substitute, and it's entirely different than remote viewing, and it's far more powerful. We all have our own individual experiences with both God and ideas of Jesus Christ, but those are pretty personal to me, so I'm not going to talk about them on the air. But
you did once say,
I've got some backstop here.
you did once say that,
just like in the spy business, Art. I mean, you don't go out on a mission without having some backstops, having somebody that can say, "Oh yeah, he works here," and we know him. Is somebody on the other end of a phone.
Well, all right. Let me put it this way: you did once say that, and this is all you said that I recall, that Jesus was a real spiritual being who walked on the earth.
That's correct. Mm-hmm.
So I guess we don't have to go into it any further than that, but I do recall you saying that for that caller's satisfaction. All right, well, guess what?
One more item, and that is from Linda Moulton Howe, a late update. Art, I've talked with Wanda Hudson, who reported the dying blackbirds, and to the veterinarian pathologist at LSU, Dr. Simon Shane, who's done autopsies on 6 of the birds. Bottom line now, no physical abnormalities in any of the birds, nor any sign of disease. Best guess? Pesticide ingestion, possibly? Toxicology exams are underway by Wednesday or Thursday next week. Dr. Shane said he'd let me know what they found, what more, if anything. Also, to help corroborate analysis, more birds will be sent Monday to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Disease Lab in Madison, Wisconsin. Further, in today's newspaper in Mer Rouge, Louisiana, it was reported that 400 snow geese died at the Tennessee River National Wildlife Refuge this week, about 100 miles from Mer Rouge in northeastern Louisiana, where the blackbirds are sick and dying, and have died since Monday, January 25th. So add to it now, tragically, 400 snow geese. Dead canary time. All right. As you know, Ed Dames is in Hawaii. He's in a very secluded, private location. When we last heard from him, he was going to go and remote view Satan. The concept, the idea, the entity, whatever it turned out to be, we're about to find out, I guess. He was in the military's remote viewing program. He now runs a company called SciTech that does private remote viewing, which I guess can be described as a disciplined form of psychic ability, which most people have and most people don't use. There are naturals and there are people trained to do this. Ed Dames was trained to do this. I've got his military record. I know exactly what he did. In fact, I've got his full military record. You remember when that was sent to me, Ed?
No.
You don't? Okay, well, it was sent to me. Your vice president sent me your full military record, so I actually have that on file here. You didn't know that. Ed, how are you?
I'm rather shell-shocked. It's good to hear your voice. I'd be I'd be disingenuous if I didn't say I was a little demoralized and despondent, but shell-shocked is probably a good overall term for 5 weeks of work, in this case, research.
Before we find out, I guess, what you found out, I would, you recall I was trying to prevent you from doing this. I was suggesting I thought it was very dangerous. If you were to endeavor to do it all over again today, knowing what you now know, whatever that is, would you do it?
Probably. Yes, I would do it again. Mm-hmm. By the way, Art,
yes?
if the toxicologist can't ascertain the etiology of that ailment that brought the blackbirds down, that's a pretty easy thing.
And now the geese too.
That's quite an easy thing for us to do. So we'll give them a few days, and if Linda comes back with a negative, then we'll take that on. And also, I'd like to mention, since you did about the starving seabirds.
Yes.
4 years ago, I conducted an in-house study of everybody in the team worked this when we used the word quickening, which was your term, and starving seabirds happened to be a hallmark, one of the key hallmarks of that the quickening resulted in a technical remote viewing topical search.
Yeah,
my business would call that a topical search.
Yep. Well, you heard me. You just heard me, Ed, read some number of stories about what's going on right now. And I don't know whether people are becoming used to hearing about this. Oh, 100 birds there, 1,000 birds there, homing pigeons that don't go home, birds dropping out of the sky by the thousands.
No, we're going down.
Are we beginning?
We're going down ecologically.
Yeah, we are. It's just that this is, every day it's being fed to us a little piece at a time. It just doesn't seem to me you need to be a rocket scientist nor even a remote viewer, Ed, if you simply stand back and read these stories and look at what's going on in the oceans with our wildlife. It's beginning to move up the chain.
Yeah, it's a confluence of events now, and there's no need to really do any predictive work anymore. It's because it's an in-your-face thing now.
And then
I've already moved. My company is almost completely moved to
I'm aware
the
of
Hawaiian Islands, and we've done that as a result of what we've seen over the horizon using our tool.
Well, you've been in Hawaii for a while. How do you like it?
Where I am at, I'm in paradise, and that's a good thing considering the work that I've been engaged in here. I listened to your show the other night. And I caught a piece of show where you were talking about shooting your equipment.
Oh,
you have to be careful because that can backfire. I want to tell you a story about a demon toaster.
A demon toaster?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it's a good story. It's when I lived in northern New Mexico with my young sons. When I first moved there, I needed a toaster, and I went shopping for a toaster. I found a toaster at an unbelievably low price. Just these shiny toasters, they were made in China. There was one that was out of the box. I checked it out. It looked like it was well made, and I bought it.
Yes.
So about 2 days later, on a Saturday, I heard my young sons, Enoch and Aaron, screaming, "Fire!" I ran out to the kitchen, and here was this demon toaster, not only on fire, but the flames coming from the two slots looked like the afterburners on an F-15.
What the hell was in there? Just bread?
Pop-Tarts.
Pop-Tarts.
Okay? So I pulled it, I unplugged it.
Rocket fuel.
Yeah. To my horror, nothing changed. It had nothing to do with the electricity. This thing was ready to burn my house down. So risking mortal injury, I lifted the thing up off the counter, put it on the floor, doused it with water, and became very angry. And I took the toaster after it cooled off, my sons, a small arsenal that we had, drove up to the mesa, and we executed the toaster with a firing squad.
Did you?
Yes, we did.
Was it ceremonial?
Well, no, there was actually no trial or anything. We just lined up, and the Dames boys shot this toaster to pieces.
Wasn't it satisfying?
It was. I was quite satisfied having extracted a modicum of revenge until 2 days later.
Yes.
I opened the paper, and on the second page was a story about a class action suit that was being filed against the makers of these particular Pop-Tarts because many houses had burned down. It wasn't the toaster at all.
Oh, my God. So you killed your evidence.
I executed an innocent Chinese toaster.
All right. Ed, hold it right there. I never did shoot anything, fortunately. It's all working now. It's a good thing, too, because I had the gun in my hand. I mean, that's how close it was. I had the gun in my hand. It was that close. We'll be right back. You know, Robert out there, my phasing expert, I sent you a little list of my desires with regard to phased music. Add this one to it. It's called A Living Thing. It's by ELO. It's another one I've fallen back in love with again. It'd be fun to phase this one, and I have a feeling it'll phase well. So add that to the list. All right, we're going to get back to Major Ed Dames in a moment. And before this night is over, you're probably going to know more about Satan than you wanted to know. Stay right there. Once again, back to the wilds of Hawaii and Ed Dames. That was a good story about the toaster, Ed. I like that.
Actually, it's an interesting thing, because a more sobering thought is how many people, not toasters, have been dispatched because of this damn cheap toaster type of logic.
Well, actually,
and the attendant emotion.
Where that toaster came from, they execute people for parts when they need them, Ed. Body parts. Listen, just before we came on the air, we had Robert Ghostwolf and Richard Hoagland in Miami. And that site is so jammed now that nobody can get to it. I've suggested to Keith he go up and try to pluck the photographs off so we have a lot of bandwidth on our server, and we could let people see them. But right now the site is so jammed, even Keith can't get in. But the fact of the matter is, there is really something that approaches what appears to be Stonehenge in Miami, and they're about to concrete this sucker over. And it occurred to me that it would be a reasonable project for you to try and figure out this is not a trivial issue. This could be something from our beginnings as a human race. Is that a project you could take on?
We could do that, and let me consider it. I did go to the site and I looked at the photos, so it isn't anything that would be that difficult to tackle. We're looking at 4 professional remote viewers, 8 days of work, something like that.
That's a lot of work.
And we could do that. I need a break from what I've been doing anyway.
Yeah, and
past 5 weeks.
5 weeks. I expected to sort of find you. You remember Close Encounters of the Third Kind, where Richard Dreyfuss was making little mounds out of potatoes, and I sort of figured to find you in about that shape, with about 5 days of beard growth or something.
No, I did that with Project Starman. That work's done. I'm going back to Project Starman very quickly.
I see. All right. I guess first question I would like to ask is Satan an entity, an idea, a concept? Is Satan the real thing? What exactly is Satan? People have been calling the last few days and saying, there is no Satan. Satan is within all of us. And there's a million theories about Satan, but you're the guy who now knows. So what is Satan?
In technical remote viewing, when we take a search term, all terms are ideas. I mean, words are expressive of ideas. Now, we will not know until we do the work, and we do it several times, whether or not we're dealing with a discrete thing or an idea. So, for instance, the concept of evil.
Yes.
Each time it results in a different output, but the themes are the same. You can understand that. Something like Satan, for instance, that will result, if that is an entity, and in fact it is an entity, it will result in it has the same pattern of information, and all remote viewers who are trained in TRV will produce very similar data every time against that.
All right, I want to stop you right away, because you just went flying right by that. You said Satan is indeed an entity.
I'll have a lot more to say about that. But let's look at the idea of a quasi-nonsense search term like Mickey Mouse. If we search against the term Mickey Mouse, which is an idea, Mickey Mouse means different things to different people.
You know what it means to me? I'm serious.
It
Mickey
means
Mouse to me?
Your internet server?
No, Mickey Mouse. Now that's I represent that remark. No, Mickey Mouse to me means standing in line down at Disneyland in those long curly queue lines for about an hour and a half waiting to get on a ride. That's what Mickey Mouse means to me.
And to another person, it would mean entertainment or a memory of sitting in a theater as a young child. So a term like that, and that is used in technical remote viewing as a search term. If it produces different things, then we know that we're not dealing with a discrete entity. We're dealing with a concept.
Oh, I see. So if you get multiple returns all the time different,
that are not coherent, that don't present any coherence whatsoever.
How interesting.
Mm-hmm.
How interesting. So that means you're not. But you said yes, but. You said that with respect to evil, but
that's
Satan...
correct. With respect to evil, we get different outputs each time, but the theme is the same: killing, torturing, those kinds of things. A different scenario each time with the same theme.
But when it came
with Mickey Mouse, we would get data that was not really coherent. It may not even be the same thing, because Mickey Mouse to the animator may mean work. A lot of work.
Sure.
And to someone else, it may mean entertainment. So the themes are different.
But when it came to Satan, again, just straight answer here, Satan is in fact a real entity?
I'm going to cover the players in a moment.
All right.
The goal of this project was to see if there really was an enemy. Are we really at war? I mean,
that's right.
As a former military intelligence officer and an expert remote viewer, I had the tools to determine those things, and that's what this project was all about. Is there a war room? What are we dealing with? You know, what are the enemy's goals? But before I go into that, I want to, as an aside, I want to talk to you about the Antichrist.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Good. You know, I did a show last night, and here's what I find disturbing. Obviously, a lot of the calls that I got last night from people claiming to be the Antichrist were people who, you know, had not had their full proper dose of medicine or whatever for the day. But overall, Ed, when you do a 4 or a 5 hour program and you open the line and you say, anybody who thinks they're the Antichrist, call me. And not only was that line loaded beyond belief, but all the other lines, the overload was moving to the other lines. That's a comment on the human condition. I'm not sure exactly what the comment says, but it's a comment. Isn't it?
It is. And I think some of the things I'll have to say tonight will address those issues. But do you remember about 2 years ago on your show, we remote viewed the Antichrist and reported back that it was a field effect. It was a potential that was present in all human beings. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
Well, that's not true anymore.
What?
Because it is now a person. It is a human being.
Oh my. Jerry Falwell just said the Antichrist is alive today. Did you know that?
I know that. Did he mean that it was an adult or something?
He means the Antichrist as a living human, apparent human presence is alive now, and that the return of Jesus is going to occur within 10 years.
Well, I don't know about the return of Jesus, but we did a lot of work on this concept of the Antichrist, and it's no longer just a potential. It is a human being now. It's more than that. It is what I would term a Christian condition. It's a role. Satan is an interested bystander in this. There's actually several available candidates to fill this role of the Antichrist, the so-called king of iniquity.
Yeah.
But this appears to be a very important figure in the grand scheme of things. And the cosmic wisdom out there has fixed this figure in time, in this age. And it creates a condition that forces mortal decisions to be made. I'm not certain if this individual ever becomes aware of what his role is, and it is a male. I'm going to talk to you about the individual. When we employ this term Antichrist, the individual now that surfaces most often when this search term is employed is a child born last year, who one might say has crawled right out of a horror movie. He was a throwaway newborn. He was literally discarded into a dumpster. He was left to die by his mother. In fact, he'll come to especially despise the females of our species.
Wow.
He was welcomed into the world by rats, flies, maggots, and stench and filth. And then he was retrieved by the system. Important role to play. He'll lead many astray, but by their own choice.
Do you have any idea where this child is?
Yes, I do, but I'm not going to say. As the child grows, you know, he'll have a tremendous amount of self-loathing because he's going to find out what the conditions of his birth and project that self-loathing outward towards his fellows. And he actually becomes a mirror and sort of a magnetic center for people like himself. In fact, he attracts what he is. But you know, in reality, we all spawn this child, this bad seed, as it were. He really becomes a manifestation of the basest instincts in all of us, the things that many of us have come not only to accept, but even idolize in our society, and then that will accelerate. And he arrives on the scene at a time when spirituality is put to the test on a very grand scale. And that's biblical prophecy.
Well, I can feel that.
He sets the stage, and this is important. He sets the stage for many people to make these mortal choices. He plays a critical role in bringing closure to the fate of many people because there's going to be no middle ground here. He'll force people to make a choice. He's a touchstone in this regard for men's souls, for people's souls.
You can feel it coming, Ed. You can feel it. I can feel it. I know it's coming. I know these choices, these critical junctures in where humanity is going, they're well on the way. I can feel it. I have no idea if I'm going to make the right or the wrong choice, but I can feel it coming.
Well, let's review the bidding here. You know, we're born. We have attendant gifts and handicaps and conditions, and then we have a soul, and most of us agree that we do. I mean, many of us do.
Yes.
And this soul grows, and then we die. And this soul is harvested by some system out there.
Harvest.
And then it goes to the great beyond. And I'll see you there. So that's it. That's what happens here. Now, on our way from birth to death, our personal lives and all these personal decisions are swept along by some strong currents down here on Mother Earth. There's our biologies, our creaturehood that we really can't run away from yet. There's cultural trajectories, human emotions, and intellectual choices, and I mean technology and, well, this has been come to be called memes now also. That sweeps us along. There's natural trajectories in God's physical universe. There's acts of God, weather and disease and earthquakes and those kinds of things that we're beginning to see a lot. And there are supernatural trajectories. The human soul is immersed in that, and angels are there too, if one chooses to believe in angels. And we don't spend a lot of time, thinking about this particular stream of things. We take them for granted.
We don't spend a lot of time ever thinking about this sort of thing. Look, people get up, they go to work, they have a life, they have families, they have bills to pay, they have things to do. The amount of time they can spend in conjecture over this kind of thing is maybe when they get a vacation every year for about a day or two. You relax a little bit.
Or reach the 11th hour of their life, whenever that is, and begin to think about those kinds of issues. Because these things are invisible. Soul's invisible. Things that are supernatural things are invisible, and we can't detect them with microscopes and particle accelerators. But, and we take them for granted. We accept them, many of us, but we take them for granted. So, among the supernatural trajectories, there's things that are detrimental. Many natural psychics, for instance, many people who are born with natural abilities, they become paranoid because they don't have the tools like technical remote viewing up until now, and they're not sure whether something that they feel around them that they're sensitive to is good or bad. It's sad if it's good and they think it's bad, vice versa. And so these things that are out there that are negative, they're very free to take advantage of us. And the things that are positive can't communicate with us, and we don't know that they're there. So we can't avail ourselves of any wisdom or anything else that they have to offer normally. Mm-hmm. Miracles happen, of course, and they're performed by angels. If you go back in history, you'll see a lot of them. You don't see very many these days. But anyway, the TRV task, technical remote viewing task, is to expose these cloaked enemies if they're there, and they do appear to be real. I'm going to talk about the key players. When I was working this, a couple of these key players, you can really feel the hatred and the contempt as a remote viewer. For instance, Satan. Well, Lucifer, the idea. I hit the idea of Lucifer because Lucifer was supposed to be a high angel, and indeed that is an entity. But this entity is gone. It's far, far away, and its mind is only perceptible by moving back in time as a remote viewer. So it's not around anymore. I use that term loosely.
Really?
Satan is something else. Satan is another higher angel, and it is a discrete being. And it's somewhere, and I can't pin down the somewhere, but it is not on Earth.
You're saying Lucifer is far gone, Satan is not far gone, but not precisely here. Is that correct?
That's correct, but its mind, Satan's mind, is very active, and it is active here. It's in communication with what I'll call right now subordinates. It's contact,
subordinates.
But it is not free to do anything directly to humans who are on Earth. This was a really interesting remote viewing target. And it's a very glorious, cold, crystalline, blinding white light type of being. But it's always accompanied by a feeling, at least it was with me. It's comparable, the only way I could describe it is to being next to a merciless killer that's been incarcerated. You still feel the threat, even when the killer is constrained, and you definitely feel the hatred. But in the case of Satan, it's far stronger than its human equivalent.
Yeah, I've seen interviews with Charlie Manson, and you can feel the pure evil, the hatred, the knowing that if he was there with you, instead of being on a television screen, he'd take your life without even thinking twice about it, that kind of evil.
Just amp that up. Amp it up 1,000 times, and you'll know what it feels like.
I don't know that I would have done what you did. Ed Dames is my guest. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM, and we will be right back. I have just taken the photograph of the millennium. It's on my webcam right now. Now, as you know, we are headed toward 2000, racing toward it every second, bringing us a little closer to 2000. And I decided some time ago that the press was going to come after me because of the kind of material we'll likely deal with on the show. Never mind that I've been doing it for years. They're going to come after me, and they're going to blame me for whatever happens. So I'm giving them ammunition. I've decided to play right into their hands and give them ammunition, and it's up there right now. And it's so cool. I mean, this is definitely the best yet. I have put on my full-fledged Millennium Master costume, and that photograph is now available for you to go see and for the press to go get and observe and look at and to print your Y2K Millennium Madness stories. It'll be perfect. You guys at the Washington Post, Chicago Sun-Times, LA, New York Times, Wall Street Journal, all of you. This is the photograph you want for your next Millennium story. Believe me. When you want to lay it all on me, this is what you want. This is what will help the public believe it's all madness. I want to thank my wife, those listeners who contributed the various items that went into my costume. We will endeavor to get some good 35mm photographs up in time. But right now, this is my contribution to the hatchet job the press is no doubt going to do on me anyway. It's up there. It's on my webcam. Take a look. It's a real beaut. By the way, this is not my original Millennium Master costume. That was just a quick throw together. This one is the official Millennium Master costume. I mean, this one's really done up. We took it during this last news break, and I'm going to leave it up there for a while, giving the authorities time to get it. I'm having so much fun with this. All right, back now to a very, very serious topic in a lot of ways. Satan. Satan is, first of all, I guess I would say this. Remote viewing, believe, takes place in the realm. I'm going to have to ask you about this, Ed, but when you remote view anything at all, where are you? You're
in the unconscious part of mind. And your own unconscious is part of a collective, a universal mind. And that universal mind has access to higher truths and expanded meanings. It may not mean that you can download it, because we're limited in terms of our hardware, our bicameral brain. But that's where you're operating. And the technical remote viewing technique, the one that was used to do this study, and the one that was that originated in the military team 15 years ago, those techniques provide the rigor and the protocols to accurately download from unconscious data in terms of words and sketches that is concomitant with those higher truths. So that's why I've stuck with remote viewing for so long, because I do not trust my own mind, my own decisions, and especially the emotions that are attendant with some of those decisions. Witness the toaster disaster.
Well,
so this is a way of bypassing that and getting it straight to higher truths.
Right. But when you were talking about remote viewing Satan, it occurred to me that instead of being on your turf, you would, in effect, when you remote view, be on his turf.
Partially so. I'm going to talk about that.
Yeah. Well, then please do. I mean, that's where I was going with when I asked you, when you remote view, where are you? You're more on the turf of the angels, Satan?
Not really. They have minds too. Don't forget, they're entities also. But then in their cases, in these cases, these are powerful minds, very powerful minds. I'll talk about those. But I want to discuss the two key players, the major figures. And these are real entities that operate on Earth.
Far away.
I'm sure that Father Malachi Martin would have no problem with this. The devil. Satan is not the devil. The devil is here and still operating. In fact, still free to do some damage. And I'm going to say a lot about that this evening. This is an angel now. This is an angel. Don't forget, this angel is the commander-in-chief of the planet's dark forces. This angel enjoys engineering the destruction of mankind. Very much so.
In what manner?
I'm going to talk about
Okay, all right.
There's a second angel. It's an assistant to the devil. I don't have a name for it. I just spent time sketching it and remote viewing it. It executes the devil's command, so it's sort of like an executive officer. And this one influences men's minds in ways that I'll talk about. There's a host of others. I don't know how many, but they're not angels. They're different in form. They're essentially Beelzebub type of entities, demons. And they can be summoned by men. And they can monkey around at the material level, not just minds, but they can actually appear to be able to influence material, to move things, to flip switches, that kind of thing. They can trick humans into believing that the humans are channeling a higher entity. That idea. All of these entities revel in one thing, carnage, and hearing men curse God. Now, after 5 weeks of this, you can imagine that's why I say shell shock, because I'm going to expand upon these ideas here.
I was really, actually, really, for the first time, I was really concerned about you. And I thought, first of all, doing this alone didn't strike me as such a brilliant idea. Not at all, in fact. Not that perhaps anybody there with you could have helped. I have no idea. But doing this alone, in backwoods Hawaii, I don't know.
Well, it's done. Anyway, the devil, this angel that we call the devil, has two big operational edges. The first edge that the devil has is an obvious one. And that's the fact that many of us, S2 is reality. We treat it as a fairy tale. We joke about it. We do that all the time about the devil. So essentially, it not only behooves him, I don't know about sexes and if angels have sexes, but I'll say him, conventionally him. It behooves him to operate clandestinely. The second edge, and of course, so there's nobody guarding the gate because there's nobody there, right? He's invisible.
Right.
The second real edge is the inherent potential of evil in the minds of men. And this is far more damaging than these two entities that are operating on Earth.
Well,
far more damaging.
I think that's what I was trying to point out when I was talking about the phone ringing off the hook on this night we had last night for people who thought they were little devils, who thought they were the Antichrist. However you want to think of the Antichrist.
It's that state of men's mind that is really far stronger in terms of these two angelic beings who have chosen an error. They're agents, they're instigators of sin. Sin is the knowing pursuit of evil. Chronic sin is iniquity. These forces are greatly outnumbered by good angels, to use a simple term. But these forces are allowed to operate, and it appears that their activity has to be allowed to run its course so that both angels, the minds of angels, and men can see the results of their actions, errors, or on a cosmic scale. So it's also important to realize that these agencies, they do not steal your soul. They can't, because they don't own it. But they and ourselves, without any help from them, can cause it to be lost, extinguished forever. They can set you up to have it extinguished, or we can set ourselves up.
In other words, you're saying that a soul, in essence, when lost, isn't a soul that goes to hell, as many Christians believe, but is simply extinguished?
Forever. Becomes as if it were not. Hell is a created state of existence in life. There are personal hells, group hells, national. Hell can exist on a continent. Today, Rwanda, Kosovo, yesterday, Dachau, Auschwitz, tomorrow, who knows? One can find hell on earth at any time. It's scattered in many places.
Yeah,
these forces that I'm talking about, these forces seek to perpetuate hell on earth for a reason that I'm going to talk about. But don't give the devil too much credit. The inherent evil in our own minds, that's our worst enemy, not these guys. These guys are catalysts. We're going to talk about their failures and their successes, too.
I think a lot of people are going to agree with you. I got a lot of email after the Antichrist line that said exactly almost what you're saying right now. One quick email question. Ask Ed, please, if Lucifer no longer exists and Satan has replaced him, did he find any beauty in Lucifer before his fall?
I did not say that Lucifer does not exist. I said that Lucifer, in terms of remote viewing, feels so far away in space and time that there's no longer any influence here on Earth that I can detect. That's not so with Satan, who is another angel.
Here's another one. You just blew this person away. Did I hear Ed just say that Satan is a bright, white light?
When, as a professional remote viewer, actually, years ago, I took a look at Satan, too, but not for very long. I said I perceive this entity as an entity, but as a glorious, cold, crystalline, blinding white light entity. And that's the only way I can describe it.
Great.
Quite beautiful.
Just great.
Right.
Because Satan...
But the feeling emotionally is very different than what you pick up visually and sensorily. Very different. It's just like being around a merciless killer that hates you like you would never been hated before.
And the reason that I ask this, and I hate to bring it up again, because I just did, but the person goes on, Satan obviously is the great deceiver. Somebody said to me years ago that when you die, don't go to the white light, it's a trick. And that, I've not known how to deal with that piece of information ever since it was given to me. It's blown me away. And
if I'm not mistaken, that was John Lear.
Well, it was John Lear quoting somebody else, but it doesn't matter. The whole once it's in your mind that somebody has told you, don't go to the white light, go to the dark, because the light is a trick, that really screws with you, Ed.
Oh, yeah, it does. Actually, to be honest with you, it screws with me, too.
And to hear you say white light, I agree with the emailer here.
Mm-hmm. It gives you cause to... But I'll have more to say about that when we talk about faith.
All right.
Okay?
Sure.
So these are the kinds of things that I was looking at, and it's really business as usual for me in some regard, because, for instance, I was one of the first to penetrate a very high-level foreign decision-making body, a military body that was considered a threat to our country, and I used remote viewing to do it. This is similar, but this time the target knows you're looking at them. And in the case of men, it didn't. And this target is different because their minds are brilliant. For instance, when I and my colleagues would attempt to overthrow a foreign regime, okay, on behalf of our country, your tax dollars at work, we were like the Keystone Cops. I mean, we barely ever pulled this off. But that's not so with the devil and his assistant. These minds can calculate the potentials. They can look at the flashpoints. Their timing is impeccable. And I'm going to tell you how they actually pull off what they do and what they're doing now. In fact, by the end of your show, I may have a price on my head as a result of that.
Maybe a higher price.
I don't know. But
I'm just trying to keep a little of it. This is so serious and so dark that I'm trying to lighten it up a little bit here. Yeah, you may. I kind of figured you might not come out of this at all. I mean, I really thought about that, Ed. I really thought.
Well, this is not something that This is not something that the people that we train, our tape trainees, are far better than the scientists and doctors that I used to train, because they can take their time and learn this. This is not something that you're going to want to tackle until you have about a year worth of remote viewing training, and that's about every other day, working and practicing. This is not something that you can tackle without a degree of expertise and experience. That's why I did it myself.
No, I hear you. And I want to do this. I want to give you a chance to plug your tapes. So I don't know, how long has it been now? 2 or 3 years ago? 2 years ago? A year ago? I'm not even sure anymore. I'm losing track of time.
The tapes have been on the streets for about a year, I believe.
About a year, and I guess we heard about them for a good, at least 9 months before that, so I'm about right.
We added another tape, and we dropped the price by $70 to make it available to more people.
When?
I think about 2 weeks ago.
Oh, no kidding. So
I just found out recently. I've been on a sabbatical here working this. So
I know. So there's a beginner's tape, which is really, really good. And that's what I always recommend everybody get first, who's considering remote viewing, because by the time you're done watching this tape, it's a very good production. You'll know whether you want to proceed or not. And that tape is the first module, you call it, right?
Module 1, yes.
Module 1.
That's just basic training.
And that one is how much?
That is $49.95, but it's we provide it free when people buy the whole package now, plus another tape, background on the company.
All right, and if they go on to the full package, then it's so that everybody gets this in perspective. It was once true that you could only attend remote viewing classes with Ed or any of the other major remote viewers who do them over a period of time. You had to physically go there, and
we charged about $5,000.
About $5,000. Yeah, I know.
Mm-hmm.
And there was such a long waiting list, you couldn't get in anyway. And so Ed, about a year ago, dropped the bomb by releasing these tapes, which will teach you to remote view
more effectively than the intensive course, because there was so much to learn in the intensive course. It was information overload. There was only 10 days. And the tapes that we recommend that both Module 1 and 2, people take 4 months to absorb, to work that, and that's how long. You can spread the training out. So our tape trainees, ironically, have become better than our intensive course graduates.
And we're going to talk a little bit about what it's like to have that many remote viewers out there. Now, there are quite a few. What is the phone number people can call for the tape?
They can order the tapes or find out more about technical remote viewing at 1-888-878-0333.
When is that line available?
Anytime.
Really?
Yes.
All right.
They can go to your website, click over to our website. If people have an email to send me, any hate mail, you're welcome to click on my name at the SciTech website under the contact section, and my email address is there.
If you've got the guts, we'll be right back.
Let's talk a little bit about the shadow government. Do you believe it's there?
Yeah, we've heard that term, for so many years, and I thought it was this group in the Netherlands that sit behind smoked windows and make decisions like, giant players of chess. But it isn't. We don't have the government anymore. What we have is a loose coalition of bureaucracies. But we have no representation in that government. So when I look at the Constitution, I see it as a really inspired and eternal document that has been sidestepped in almost every legal way possible. So the process itself has been intentionally manipulated to facilitate a certain style of government. And it's taken a while to set up, but I think it's set up now and it's working just the way they like it. We need a systemic change in order to let the Republic be representative of the people again.
All right, back now to Ed Dames in the wilds of Hawaii, where he's been remote viewing Satan. Okay, Ed, welcome back.
I'm still here. It's wild, but it's pretty beautiful, Art.
Really?
Yeah, it's really beautiful here.
I know. You know, the only thing about paradise is that I lived on Maui, Ed, for a while. Worked up on Haleakala, the side of Haleakala, radio station up there. I used to have to play half Hawaiian music. It was really something. Anyway, paradise can, after a while, get to you. I mean, day after day of soft trade winds and beautiful flowers blooming everywhere and beaches and...
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it, right. All right.
Let me talk to you about the failures of these entities, because that's an important thing. They essentially think of penetrating their war room, sitting down and watching these discussions. And we're not going to stop them. Even exposure is not going to stop them. But we can see what they're doing using technical remote viewing. Their key failures, and this is important, has been through the ages faith on the part of the believers among mankind. This is a particularly sour defeat because it appears that it was their own loss of faith in the existence, both the existence and the omnipotence of God, that led to their own downfall being cut off from the rest of the cosmos, and misery loves company.
Yeah.
So man's spiritual beliefs, they're reinforced by miracles and revelation, but they're by no means necessary in spite of the idea of the God part of the brain, for the establishment of faith. And not being able to dislodge men's faith, even when death was the consequence, was their key failure. Now, what is a threat to their goal? Their goal, the devil's goal, the commander-in-chief's goal, is to achieve total destruction of mankind. And the threat to that goal is the same as their greatest failure, faith, which is a very interesting thing. Men's faith is a threat to achieving that goal. They want to destroy that faith. And it's important to realize that these minds, when you remote view them, it's an incredible thing. The minds of these two principles, unlike the minds of other angels, which are quite wonderful things to be around, these are no longer rational minds. These are warped and they're deranged, but they're very powerful and destructive. And think of Adolf Hitler in the mind as an angel, as a dark angel, that kind of an idea. They're capable of influencing and they're capable of amplifying the inherent base animal natures of men. They can feed the fires of hatred that they find. Remember now, angels can see your attitude and your intent. So can the devil. I saw a bumper sticker, ironically, a couple of weeks ago, a very interesting bumper sticker. It read, "The next time that the devil reminds you of your past, remind him of his future." I thought it was very funny to me, too.
That's pretty good.
Because if the fate of these principles is as outlined, and I don't know that it is, by the way, is as outlined in the world's religions, that is, annihilation, then what I do know is that they are seeking to take as many with them as they can. And that is to see to it that as many souls are extinguished as possible, men's souls. So if they can't rule this world, nobody will. And it's to prevent the system from harvesting souls. It's like pure spite and hatred. So if Armageddon is foreordained, and this is really important, if all of this is foreordained, it's going to happen in spite of anything that men do, the number of casualties is not foreordained. Otherwise there would be no true freedom of choice, right?
That's true.
So the numbers of men whose souls will be extinguished, that does not appear to be foreordained. That's why it's important to become aware of how that these agencies exist, that they're real, and how they're operating and where they're operating. I'm going to get down to specifics soon.
All right. Anytime you're ready. I mean, I mean, what was it like? Can you describe to us in the sessions you went into what it was like and how you made it to your I'll use the word target, and what it was like.
Most of the time, I'll tell you, I'll use an analogy. Not an allegory, but an actual analogy. It's like sitting down in a war room, and I've been in many, very strategic war room, watching the commander-in-chief of the Dark Forces and his executive officer allow me to sit there and just smile because they know I can't do anything about their plans. That's what it was like.
Well, but Ed, if there's free will, and if you can in effect, spy on the enemy, in this case Satan, and find out intentions, then with free will and voice, you can screw up his plans. Now,
I disagree. I think that the momentums, I think that they are dealing with events that are so fixed that the only thing that we could do is save a few lives here and there, that they're going to happen anyway. And I'm going to talk about some of those, the key stratagems and plans existing, current. And I don't think we're going to stop them, but there may be some lives that can be saved.
All right. Let
me talk to you about their successes throughout history.
All right.
What do you think their successes are?
Oh, I'd come up with the usual, the death camps in Germany, maybe.
Remember now, there are limited resources. They don't have that. They don't have that many resources available to them, so they have to concentrate them to achieve the most bang for the buck.
Maybe disasters like the Titanic, planes that go down inexplicably.
No, that's
I don't know.
penny stuff, Art.
Yeah, I'm just flailing around here. You asked me what I thought.
Yeah,
and
that's penny stuff. No, their successes have been war.
AIDS.
No.
War. Okay, well.
War. Because war is an excuse for anything on a mass scale. And there's a reason why war is important to them. Because war eventuates in extreme hatred. The hatred builds momentum, and it sees, it lingers. The killing, the mass murders, the atrocities, the barbarism, they all lead to hate and lost souls. The war fosters the maximum number of sinners. It dehumanizes, it snuffs out spirituality. It's far more than materialism does.
Okay, Ed,
it destroys souls and it poisons the garden.
At the individual level, let me ask you about war. My dad was in the Second World War. He fought in the Pacific Theater, Guadalcanal. He killed a lot of Japanese. Many others fought in the European theater. They killed many Germans. What did that, at the time, Ed, we were fighting, we thought, for our lives, for our future as a nation, for the world, in fact. That's why they called it a world war. What of the individual souls who fought believing they were fighting for all that was good and cherished and right in the world? What about those souls?
That's different than sin most of the time. It's the prosecution of an evil idea. That's the force field of evil. That's what war operates in that force field. But sin is different. Sin is the knowing prosecution of evil. When you know that it's evil, not just wrong, but evil, to prosecute what you are doing, that's sin. And to continue that leads to perdition. That's where you risk your soul.
All right. We are in an ongoing sort of semi-war with Saddam Hussein right now. The other day, one of our less than smartest bombs landed near Basra and killed a bunch of civilians and really destroyed. And Saddam Hussein said he was really angry about that and there would be retaliation. There are a lot of people who think that Saddam Hussein is going to come up with something that's going to end life. You know, he's some biological, horrible, or chemical something. We know he's used chemicals before, and probably wouldn't hesitate to use biologicals, and might be crazy enough to release something that would kill the originator.
A doomsday machine or something.
A doomsday virus. Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what the devil's doing.
Please.
Specifically.
Please.
Because the devil is a brilliant mastermind. Man, we do it to ourselves, but the devil wants to speed things up. I want to talk about his current stratagems. Now, these stratagems require human contactees. So there's some criteria for contacting. The criteria is hatred and extremism. It requires extremism and a distorted mind,
right,
a desire to actually exercise evil and commit sin on the part of the humans.
That sounds
hatred
right.
Hatred is the key.
That sounds right.
Okay? Now,
look, it was, for example, good example, Oklahoma. Extremism, hatred, mass death.
That's right. Now, and there goes probably, that's a good candidate for a lost soul.
Yeah.
And in these activities, these satanic forces, they directly participate in and they influence these. Many of them most people are unwitting contactees, as opposed to the natural evil deeds that men perform.
Yes,
these entities clandestinely operate in men's mind. They seed ideas in very fertile ground where the stakes are high. Again, the garden has to be fertile with extremism and hate.
Father Malachi Martin said something that will always stick with me, like the remark passed on by John Lear. Father Martin said to me, Art, there are many, many perfectly possessed people in the world. You can walk in the streets of Manhattan. They've made their deal long ago with Satan, and they're quite content in this life with what they are reaping and the deal they have made. And when you pass them on the street, you can feel a chill, said Father Martin. You know you're passing them. He called them the perfectly possessed, and he said there are more than you want to believe there are.
They're Manchurian candidates.
Yeah.
And they can enjoy the rest of their life in any way they want to enjoy it, but they're gone forever after that. And that's a heavy price to pay.
Boy, that's going to be quite a surprise, isn't it?
It won't be a surprise at all.
For
They'll
them.
become as if they never were.
They'll become as if they never were.
Mm-hmm. Very, very, that's it. Now, anyway, here's, in terms of war room, there's two key stratagems, okay? And remember now that these brilliant minds, they're masters at predicting the outcome of events and how, because they know how individuals will react. They know us well, far superior to my bumbling days in the intelligence community when we had a difficult time predicting where we would be tomorrow, much less an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? The old Keystone Cops routine.
Sure.
But it's also important to realize that these events, they have to run their course. The dramas have to be played out, and it doesn't appear that we can stop them, but it appears that we can become cognizant of them. You know, and that's
what good
because
does
becoming cognizant.
Ed, what good does it do to become aware of an impending tragedy, evil tragedy, without being able to affect it? Of what use is that?
It's of this use. It makes us much. It forces us, or at least induces us, to be much more introspective and become cognizant of think about the ramifications of the choices that we make. Errant missiles in another country, unless the choices that we have as individuals and as a group, how much choice do we actually have? We need to see where the boundaries are.
All right, maybe I can put it this way. Maybe this will give some out there hope. You appear to be saying, for the collective unconscious, there is no hope, but there is hope for an individual. Is that fair?
No,
oh.
Not for the collective unconscious. For the collective, for humanity as a group, for these large events that have momentum. We're not going to escape them. That's why they were foreordained 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago.
All right, but there is hope for the individual.
You, as an individual, can choose. If you're armed with the right information, that's why remote viewing is so important, to not participate in that event. See? There's two current...
At least that's hope for the individual. Some hope for the individual. That's good.
There's two current stratagems that these principles are prosecuting. One is an assassination. The contactee is an Iranian at state level, not a terrorist organization, Hamas or Hezbollah, PLO leadership, This is an Iranian at state level whose directives carry a lot of weight. And we're talking here state-supported terrorism. This individual has had certain ideas implanted in his mind. In other words, he's in unwitting contact with the devil. I hope this doesn't result in a fatwa against me, like Salman Rushdie has, for allegedly blaspheming Allah.
Oh, now I see what you mean by a price on your head.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, so you're saying there is somebody in Iran.
They're at the state level who the devil is manipulating like a puppet. And this person thinks that they have planned this. They're full of hatred. They think that they've planned this, but it is actually the devil's plan. They're sending a 3-man assassination team to target a popular Israeli cleric or cabinet official in Israel. So whether or not the Israelis become aware who sponsored this assassination team, I don't know.
When did you become aware of this?
About a week and a half ago. No, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. I had to work it a number of times to make sure it was correct. So this would result in a sympathetic detonation. You know, in Indonesia is 90% Muslim, and the point here, and this individual's mind, and he doesn't realize that it's not his idea. Satan wants to promote an unholy war before the holy war against Israel is really carried out. Because the Muslim people are not united in their hatred against Israel. Allah did not preach hatred. The Prophet did not preach the kind of hatred that...
Only the extremists.
The extremists have to unite the Muslim people in their hatred. That's why and this is my term by the way, I am saying that the devil is promoting an unholy war first to inflame the situation so that the Muslim peoples become at least reach a threshold amount of hatred so that the holy war, the other jihad, can be finally mounted against Israel. Otherwise it will fail.
All right, hold
it.
It's
kind of a brilliant strategy.
Hold it right there. We'll be right back, I think. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. We're talking with Ed Dames. He has remote-viewed Satan. We're about to get right down to it, so buckle in. If you don't feel like you can handle it, tune out. I'm serious about that. How many people tell you that? I know how a lot of people feel about me. I know. In fact, here's an email that I think sums it up real well. Hi, Art Bell. I just wanted you to know, for what it's worth, that I've been listening to your radio program for over 2 years. I can't stand the program. It's disgusting. But I do enjoy listening to you. You're an okay guy. But God have mercy, I hate the program. I plan to keep listening. Don't ask me why. It's just something I do. Hank. That probably sums it up for a lot of you out there, huh? All right, back now to Major Ed Dames, Sci-Tech's Ed Dames, in Hawaii, on Hawaii. I guess you're on Hawaii. Unless there's a big eruption, then you might be in it. Hi, Ed.
Hi.
All right, let's do it. Let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what you found about Satan. Wait, I want to ask this. Was Satan aware that you were there?
When you remote view, you're not anywhere. You're unconscious. Think of a hologram.
Well, I know that, but I mean,
yes, Satan was aware that my attention.
Yes.
My attention.
Yes.
Was turned towards him. Now remember, Satan is somewhere very far away. I don't know where, to be honest with you.
Still, it must have been an interesting moment when you understood that the entity was aware of you.
Yes. Yes. Very interesting. I mentioned already what that felt like emotionally and what how I could describe it sensorially.
With regard to the project to remote view Satan, that was the moment of truth, more or less. In other words, if something horrible was going to happen, it probably would have occurred there.
I have friends in high places, and I also have a lot of faith. So I was not overly concerned about that, Art.
Okay.
This research project, took its toll on me because of the almost sense of hopelessness about the numbers of people who are going to meet an unsavory fate, many more than I would have ever expected or was aware of, because of choices that they made in their life and are making. I wasn't aware of the number of casualties that are going to be realized.
You tell us how this will unfold, the manner of its unfolding. How much do you know?
Well, I only locked on to after separating all the principles and working a number of sessions to determine if these ideas were connected with entities. Are the entities real? Where are they? Who are they? Who's subordinate to whom? The actual projects are the one that I mentioned, the backlash of which by the Israelis, I'm sure, has been predicted, and to cause moderate Muslims to be overthrown by the extremists. That's there. But there's also a pet project, and that pet project deals with a single biological warfare production facility that I did not locate. I only know that it's there. In fact, there are 2 remote viewing cues. There's another remote viewing search term that one can use, and that is the devil, present location. And there you come up with the same location, this biological warfare facility. It's as if the devil were checking on a pet project.
You're telling me that Satan, the devil, Satan, they're synonymous for the purpose of the conversation we're having right now?
No, absolutely not.
They're
absolutely
not?
All
right.
No. Satan is somewhere else, and it's not physically, his being is not physically here on earth, but his mind is in communication with the devil, another angel, very powerful angel that is here physically.
And you're telling me the devil is at a biological warfare facility, probably
occasionally there, making sure that things go well. It's as if he was overseeing these unwitting participants making this batch of whatever they're making.
Is it Iran? Is that where it is?
I don't know. I actually didn't finish that work, Art. I know that the assassination that I mentioned is an Iranian at state level, but I don't know where this facility is.
I mean, we all imagine Iran or Iraq, perhaps Gaddafi, maybe Syria, which is harboring quite a few terrorists right now. Syria would be probably a pretty good candidate.
Well, in my business, we don't go into a problem with any preconceived notions.
Yep.
We go in clean. So, having identified this pet project of the commander-in-chief of the Dark Force, the devil, here on Earth, we have to do more work. For instance, the tape trainees, the people who have been trained in technical remote viewing on tape, there's shortcuts that they have been taught to take to be able to identify the country of origin. What is the target country? For instance, now you can't do this in basic training in remote viewing. You can only do it if you know how, and that's taught in intermediate skills. You can sketch the symbol of the flag that's associated with the country, because symbols are very powerful to the unconscious, as Carl Jung knew.
Sure.
And the symbols can be sketched, and then you can go through a flag book, and you can look for the flag. And that's one of the shortcuts that you can take in addition to describing the terrain, the geography, the physical characteristics, the lay of the land, as well as the facility itself.
The other day, and I think this could be related, Ed, let me ask it my way. The other day our president said that it was time that we were going to be attacked, he felt, there was a high probability by biological chemical weapons, and the president is recommending we stockpile vaccines. And I thought, what odd timing for the president to have said that. In view of what you have said, it's kind of like the president knows.
The president does know. And I was in this business before, this biological warfare business, as an intel officer, very high levels of this government. And I know that would be an impractical thing to do. And I'll tell you why. Because all it takes is just a little tweaking of an agent, and then your blocker or your vaccine is ineffective.
Right.
It's a lock and key situation.
I know.
And unless you actually know the specific agent, you're not going to be able to develop a blocker, a monoclonal antibody to test for it, those kinds of things, unless you've got to know the specific agent. Tweak the active end, the peptide group that plugs in and starts to destroy our cells.
Right.
Tweak that just a little bit, and the lock doesn't fit the key anymore.
That's right. And then there'd be a big race. And if the organism was fast enough, we'd lose that race. Yeah, it's the old appellation, the poor man's H-bomb. It really is. It's a good weapon of mass destruction. There are some agents that are extremely effective and extremely virulent. They are toxins. These toxins can be many more times more virulent than a contagious virus or bacterium. Yeah, I know. The United States, it is rumored, back channel, told Iraq during the last big one that if they used biological weapons or chemical weapons, we would respond with nuclear weapons. But Ed, if a plague began spreading in some major city and quickly began spreading across this nation and the face of the globe, who are you going to bomb? Where are you going to aim your ICBMs?
That's exactly why the devil appears to be sitting on as a pet project a biological warfare facility for just that reason. Because, for instance,
Great.
If you don't know, then what would be the backlash in Israel of just this assassination if the Israelis were not sure of who masterminded it and carried it, executed it?
Well, if it
would be a clampdown. It would be a restriction.
At the very least, I would also expect the Mossad to begin planning an assassination of their own. As we well know, they do that. They don't put up with crap. Somebody shoots at them or assassinates somebody, as we well know, they don't hesitate to return it in kind.
That's why these plans are fairly brilliant, because it turns up the burner. It amps up the level of hatred and retaliation to the point where war happens. And that is the greatest success.
A war that begins
satanic forces
in the Middle East? Because
of the amount of hatred there. Northern Ireland, for instance, has a lot of hatred, but not near as much as the amount and the force of the hatred in the Mideast.
Oh, I know about that. I was in Israel, and there are, Ed, the one thing that hits me when you step onto Israeli territory is the nation is a gun. I mean, all you see are guns everywhere. I mean, up and down the street, Israelis don't even blink. I mean, but there are submachine guns over just about every shoulder that you walk by. For an American who's not used to seeing it, it's unnerving for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
But that nation is armed to the teeth. And we all know they've got nukes out in the desert. So, could a war unfold as a result of something unleashed like that? Oh, yes. How quickly would that escalate to a big war? What do you think?
Well, I think that the extremists, the Muslim extremists, still have to gain more adherence to their cause. and it's the Taliban in Afghanistan and the PLO and a lot of the extremists need more. They need more people to support an all-out attack, an all-out jihad on Israel. They don't have that right now. But I don't know how fast those hatreds could be spun, especially if a nuke was popped or if the retaliation was tantamount to a nuclear weapon being delivered by Israel against a neighboring country.
I mean, that's the way the Bible suggests it. Armageddon will unfold.
Yes, and I tend to suspect that is going to happen. That's why this project of mine was so demoralizing, because it doesn't appear that there is any escape, and in fact, the devil, satanic forces are really playing a minor part.
And the devil, minor, I don't know. The devil
They're catalyzing something that is going to happen. They essentially are the catalyst for the human part of the quickening.
All right.
The social part of the quickening.
The devil at a biowarfare facility somewhere, we don't know where. Do you have any sense of how far along in the project this biowarfare facility is? In other words, how close are they getting to completion?
I don't know. It's quite easy to find out for us. This is just business as usual for us, and it was just one of the things that fell out of this project. We turn our attention to that. It wouldn't take long at all to determine where it is, who is running it, even if they're somewhere else geographically, and the kind of agents that they are either researching, producing, or both. How are they weaponizing the agents? Are they delivering them up to a terrorist organization in thermos bottles? Or are they putting them in warheads on scuds? Those kind of things. It's pretty easy to do that for us. All right? That's just old hat. And I did not have the time, and that's not something I would do by myself. I would commission all of our company's viewers to do that. Should I do that?
I think you should do that. Yes. I sure do.
Yep. I think so too.
But Satan, the entity Satan. A lot of people are going to be quite surprised that you said that you didn't say that Satan was more of a concept, but Satan is actually
an entity that is different than the devil. They are both angels. They are both very, very powerful angels.
Do they?
One at least, Satan itself is an extremely beautiful being. Extremely beautiful. Beautiful beyond belief. Because that's the way angels are. But when you remote view an ordinary angel, they have a warm, brilliant glow. This one has a crystalline, cold glow.
Hold it right there, Ed. And as it goes on, it actually gets even better. So, one of these days, we'll sort of lay the whole thing out for you. This, of course, is heart. And it's a constant comment on the status of humanity. And you've got to bear in mind that it was actually done some time ago. And there's more. Listen, I think I should read you this, and I have some independent verification of it, because my network is in Oregon. See if this resonates with you in Oregon, all right? Maybe it's not even true, but I think it is. I wanted to let you and maybe all the listeners know there is a very strong virus hitting people in Oregon. The symptoms begin with a vague feeling of uneasiness and disorientation, then rapidly go to vomiting and diarrhea. A college student at one of our universities and several of her friends have caught it. One very healthy young person nearly died before she was hospitalized. This isn't anything to mess with. Within 24 hours, a person suffering this will be severely dehydrated and possibly incoherent, like the flu wasn't bad enough. So we've got some interesting things percolating right along, apparently just from nature, Ed, much less what anybody may be cooking up in a lab for us somewhere. And that, that goes back to the stories I was doing earlier about the thousands of birds falling out of the sky, about the death of mammals that are beginning to get higher and higher in the chain. And we sort of listen to all this on a daily basis. It doesn't exactly quite sink in, but it's happening all around us. Anyway, Ed, everything we should know about Satan, we should try and fit into this half hour, because I want to go to the phones. But about your experience. For example, how many times, you did this over what period of time?
5 weeks.
5 weeks. How many times did you get that close in those sessions? And how long did it take you to get where you wanted to go in terms of information or presence?
Each remote viewing session is about 45 minutes. That's what we teach, and that's what we do, even as experts. No more than an hour.
And even alone, you adhere to that yourself?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, the protocols are rigorous, and there is no flexibility. You go right by the book every time,
okay,
whether you're an expert or a beginner. That's what makes this work. Otherwise, it would not be usable, wouldn't be consistent. So I worked that specific search term, that is Satan, the same way you would work, you would run an internet search. I worked that about 7 times before determining that I was dealing with an individual entity, an entity instead of an idea, and so that's what it took. So about 7 hours of work on that specific search term.
What should everybody out there know about Satan? What was the single most important fact or group of facts that you found in this remote viewing?
The most important single fact was that entity, who is not here on Earth, is still in communication with its key subordinate, who is on Earth. And that key subordinate is another angel, although not quite as bright. And that angel is the angel that we call the devil, has been referred to throughout history as the devil in many religions.
It's always hard to ask, because you've always told me, and everybody else has too, that putting dates or timelines to developing situations is very, very difficult. Is there any way to put one to this?
It's difficult because mind is outside of time, and we work in the area of mind, unless traditionally, what we have found in technical remote viewing is that if you append or qualify the search term with the idea of the present time,
yes,
that works. You know what's going on present time. The idea of next, in terms of temporally, the idea of a next event,
yes,
that
right,
works.
Right.
That works too. Other than that, we're not sure where we are in time, but sometimes that's good enough. I mentioned the next use of a nuclear weapon any number of times, and
yes, you
I'll
have.
work on that.
Yes, you have. Concept of a lost soul, or a soul that is actually gone, is a hard one for people to discern, because we've always toyed with the idea that our soul is energy which cannot be destroyed, cannot be dispersed, cannot be virtually made into nothing. And you're saying that's an incorrect concept.
That's what I'm saying. I think it's a poor analogy, but it's the best one that I can think of at the moment. If a gardener or a farmer harvests a crop,
right,
not all of the crop is harvested. A lot of the green part of the plant goes back into the soil.
That's right.
If a gardener is selective, he or she harvests only those that part of the crop that they're interested in, the best of the crop.
That's right.
And not only does a lot of the green part, the body of the crop, go back into the ground, but many of the kernels, many of the seeds go back too, that the garden has chosen not to take. That's the analogy. The harvest, not everybody gets harvested.
Not everybody gets
Not all
harvested.
souls become harvested.
You know, you have no idea how close you're beginning to sound to John Lear. I used to interview John years ago, and toward the end of the interviews that we were doing years ago, he frequently began to talk of the human body, the physical body, as merely a vessel. He kept calling us vessels. And he, too, was in deep discussions about the soul, as you are now. And there are a lot of striking similarities between what you're saying and what he said.
Well, that's the end game for whoever put us here.
The end game, yeah.
The end game is the soul. We're only around for whatever, however many of decades, and then we're gone. We get pretty arrogant. We think we know it all, but that mind of ours dissipates. The soul does not. That energy that you talk about, that called the soul, that gets reinstalled in another vessel somewhere else.
So then, if what you have found of Satan and what can occur to our souls in the path of evil is true, then there really is no hell per se, is there?
Not in the traditional Christian description.
In other words, a conscious torturing of what was this evil soul.
Well, that's real, but that exists right here on Terra Firma.
Here on Earth.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Don't have to go far to find that art. Rwanda is a good place. How about Kosovo?
Yeah, I know. As a matter of fact, there is another headline. I was seeing headlines indicating that President Clinton and the UN are now saying we're ready to go in. We're ready to go in unless this stops right away. And, of course, there were another 18 killings to punctuate this, but we're apparently getting the military machine cranked up for another one, this time Kosovo.
So one of the reasons why Project Starman has become paramount to me now is because I think that we are on the road to destruction, and that it is a fait accompli. Ecologically, it certainly is, and I don't think you would argue with me there.
No.
We're going down, and we'll have a chance to rebuild after this falls apart. And I don't know how many years it will take to completely fall apart, but it will fall. When we rebuild, we're going to rebuild with the same fallible minds. We're still ourselves, unless we re-engineer ourselves somehow quickly. That's not going to happen. So my idea is
the same mistakes again and
the
again.
Same mistakes
and
again.
again.
Like how many times has it happened in the past? Who knows? But I mean, the wiser thing to do would be to find some mentors, to acknowledge that we're not going to do it right, and to find some mentors that are not either not human or are evolved enough to be able to say, we did that and failed, and this is what you're doing wrong, and don't do it again. And that's why I think that Project Starman, Sci-Tech's Project Starman, is so important. I think that in the interim, these mentors,
yes,
they may be angels.
Where are they now? Why aren't they part of the battle now? If we're coming up on this critical time, virtually Armageddon, then where are the angels?
Well, man's mind made all these decisions. We made decisions to do certain things, and I don't think that they could abrogate our free will, which they would have to do if they intervened every time. There would be no free will. That would be equivalent to, in its own way, to a totalitarian dictatorship. So they stand by, allow us to make the mistakes.
Yes, but on the other side, I ask you, I said, if we have free will, then why don't we have any chance of collectively stopping what's about to come? And you say, well, it can't be stopped. It's gone too far.
It's too big. It has reached the threshold. We're brilliant. We're brilliant beings. We're very intellectual. Our minds are brilliant.
Yeah, but that contradicts what you said in some ways about free will. Either that, or it simply addresses a reality.
No, free will is as individuals. We as individuals have free will. But we get caught up in these currents, in these big streams that pull us along and sweep us along. For instance, even in terms of ideas. If I told you that I think it would be a good idea to have a university of the planet where angels are the instructors, that's an idea that really is ahead of its time. That doesn't sell well right now. But on another planet, it could be par for the course. In fact, that federation out there that we talk about a lot,
yes, sir,
it isn't just material beings. It's these invisible beings, too, side by side. Two different types of creatures working together.
I hear you, but the implication of that is that there is finally a breakdown between the veil that separates us from direct, any sort of what we would consider direct contact with good or evil on the other side. There is some sort of veil there, and what you're suggesting is there are places where that has broken down.
Not only suggesting it, I'm saying that there is at least one place that I know of where it has indeed broken down. That's why this project is so important to me. Because I think in terms of rebuilding, and these have to be our teachers. They know us well.
So you're no longer thinking of avoidance at all. You're thinking of the day after.
That's correct. Rebuilding. But rebuilding, I'm on a recruitment mission for teachers. I want mentors that can teach us well. Can teach our spirits as well as our minds. Our minds have done really well. We've got great science, great weapons of war, but our spirits need to be educated. And our minds far outran our spiritual potential. That's my feeling. And I think that these entities can teach our children and our grandchildren, perhaps us, if we're not a lost cause, they can re-instruct us and teach us a better way.
And the way to reach them, one way, remote view?
Remote view is to find them on their terms. If you go to a place where they are at, these are invisible entities, and you feel that there's something there, but you don't know what it is, that's not good enough. Harmonic convergence is not going to do it. You've got to be able to become aware of what they are, not only where they are.
Well, let me say this, Ed. I think I've interviewed just about all of the big remote viewers in the country. And there is one point that every single one of them has agreed on. Joe, I won't even mention the names, just all of them. And that is that at some point in every interview I've done with a remote viewer, I've asked them if they have encountered entities that are non-human. And to the man, they have all said, absolutely. I haven't talked to one remote viewer who has never encountered an entity.
Angels are teachers of men as well as messengers. Yeah, all religions say the same thing. Angels are teachers of men, and I think we're going to need them as teachers. Now, the trick is, where are they? How to get to them? And I'm not talking about mystery schools where there's a human that promulgates allegedly angelic information. Mm-hmm. Humans at the kind of school that I'm talking about should be nothing more than janitors and groundskeepers. Mm-hmm. I'm talking about direct contact with angelic beings at a place.
What would be required, do you think, to achieve that?
At least one thing. Knowledge of where they are and where they intend to meet you. The meeting ground. That is at least required. Above and beyond that, I'm not sure at this juncture. But I do know of one place, and that deals with Project Starman, because I think that Project Starman was originally intended to contact advanced, at least technologically advanced races that were out in the stars, amongst the stars. Mm-hmm. But what I have found is that in locating this spot, the contact is mediated by angelic beings that are resident here on Earth. Go the idea of the Federation being both angelic species as well as material beings, not just material beings a la Star Trek. Now, those ideas are those are wild ideas.
They are.
They are wild ideas. But they could be very commonplace if we were, say, 100 years or 200 years in the future or in another planet where people say, well, of course. But we can't outrun our culture, our society. This time, however, when everything breaks down, we can outrun whatever we want. Well, everything changes.
I do believe...
All the ideas change.
I saw The Day After the other day, and during that movie, it's going to run on HBO this next month. You definitely want to catch it if you never have. There was a man in that who quoted Einstein who said, I have no idea how World War III will be fought, but I know all about World War IV. It'll be fought with sticks and stones.
Let me give you a little information about World War III. The idea of World War III that many of us have had is a nuclear war. But I will tell you, I think I mentioned this once before, a couple of years ago on your show, that is not allowed. And it never was. 1 or 2 nukes, yes, maybe. But an all-out nuclear conflagration...
Not allowed?
Not allowed, because it sterilizes the garden for a long, long time.
There actually was once a book called The Jesus Factor, Ed, and it suggested that at the moment of an all-out nuclear war, what would happen is the devices actually would not work.
Pretty close to the truth. Of course, we don't have any, and in SciTech, we don't have any monopoly on the truth. The truth leaks through, or as my vice president likes to say, there's a dribble down effect. And it dribbles down and it comes out in fiction and in drama. And that's very close to the truth. In fact, there have been cases where there was intervention. I know of at least 2 cases where angelic-type beings really shut down a missile test, a warhead test.
Well, some have said that UFOs did that sort of thing, and that's actually been documented. Hold on, Ed. We'll be right back. And when we come back, we're going to open the phone line, folks. Here we go. I think this sums it up pretty well. Hi, Art. I just had to tell you, I don't think I've been this spooked since the night Harlot was on. How do we protect ourselves if Satan is so good at tricking and impersonating Jesus and angels? Is there any way to know the truth when confronted in the end times? Not this spooked since Harlot was here. Hey, listen. Somebody just wrote to me and said, I'm having trouble finding the Millennium Master photo. The one I took tonight, it's on my webcam. You go to my website at the top, you'll see where it says webcam. Click on that and you'll see it. And maybe a couple of you out there could collect that photograph for me and send it to, on the East Coast, send it to Curtis Sliwa. Tell him it's from Art, for him. On the left coast, send it to Mr. KABC and tell him I said it's from Art. Okay? That photograph. Grab it off there, I'm telling you. Valentine's Day is rapidly approaching. The American Gold Rose Company would like to remind you they've got, do they have a collection for Valentine's Day. Now, are you going to leave your Valentine in the lurch? A tear running down her beautiful cheek? Mentally thinking, heavens knows what about you? No, you're not. You're going to get her something. Why not a gold rose, a real rose, dipped in 24-karat gold? Here is the collection, classic rose, priced at $49.95, 11 inches long, comes in a beautiful gift box, and it's been dipped in 24-karat gold. It'll always be, right there at the zenith of its life. Then the Hollywood Elite, the big one, for $65, you send your special Valentine a long stem gold rose, 17 inches long, delivered right to their door in a gold presentation box. And of course, you can go with the original rose, no leaves, simple, but dipped in 24-karat gold, nevertheless, $39.95, all 3 perfect gifts. And when you buy any 2 gold roses, you receive free a genuine rose leaf dipped in 24-karat gold. on a gold-plated chain. It's all from the American Gold Rose Company. Call now. 1-800-458-7134. Don't forget your Valentine. Do not leave your Valentine in the lurch. 1-800-458-7134, 24 hours a day. 1-800-458-7134. Online, of course, at AmericanGoldRose.com. Right. Back now to Ed Dames, and I haven't been issuing my normal warnings tonight. Ed, I guess I just figured my audience by now, they know you. Got a lot of people who would like to talk to you, Ed, with questions generated from a lot of what you've said, but judging from the mail I'm getting, you've freaked them out pretty well tonight. I think this is one subject, I don't know, it sort of, it lurks in the innermost frightening recesses of everybody's mind, and so I think it touched them really hard.
It's funny to have used a former top-secret military intelligence collection tool against an enemy in another dimension. I would have never predicted that.
It is funny. I never would have either. In all the years we've been doing interviews, I never would have predicted you would have done this. First-time caller line, you are on the air with SciTech's Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you tonight?
That's a subjective question, but I mean, pretty much all right.
Well, I was wondering, Ed.
Yes.
If you mentioned these two beings, the devil and the other one?
The other one I don't have a name for.
Okay. If they are listening to you right now, what would you say to them?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Why is that?
But that's the answer to your question.
No, I mean, she said, why is that?
Why would I say nothing?
Yes, why would you say nothing? If you actually could be heard...
Because I could have there's nothing I could say would have an impact, and I have no desire to engage the enemy in discussion.
How's that for an answer? And a pretty good one, too.
Yes, it is. Also, these beings, these angels, it is good that you believe in them, I think. I think that...
You say that as though you don't.
No, I do. I do. I think the problem with the public here is that most people don't believe in them, and that's why they aren't contacted or have no communication with these beings.
Very astute. Ed, you agree?
It may be the obverse also. It's the fact that the angels you need to be able to, in order to contact them, or in order to be close to them, in order to have any interaction above and beyond the miraculous, you need to be able to believe them and to know they're there. And we don't. We pay lip service to them.
It's really true. It really is true. You're right.
I think we're on a very, very primitive planet. That's my call based upon taking a look around the cosmos in this galaxy and other places. This is a very, very primitive place, more than you would possibly believe.
Well, next time I want to go to Disneyland. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Good morning. Good morning. Going once.
Is that me?
That's you. You almost lost it. Where are you?
I'm in Gardner, in Kansas.
Gardner, Kansas. All right.
That's just south of Kansas City.
Indeed.
Indeed. I wanted to throw something at Ed.
Well, you can't do that over the phone. I mean, in person you might hit him with a rock or something, but over the phone...
Well...
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I can't hit anything I throw at anyway. It was the way that he was using the word soul and spirit as if they were one.
Yes.
And I wanted him to consider the idea that they're separate and that you have a body and you have a soul and you have a spirit, where your soul is your mind and your will. And also when
I did not intend, if I did that, I did not intend to mean that they are synonymous. I certainly do not believe that at all.
Okay, can I?
But I do not agree with you that the soul is a composite of mind and body.
All right. Next question.
Well, it's like the first thing is like let there be light, and then everything that you touch, see, whatever, it all dances to the speed of light. And I was told that the way the angels, they actually have to slow down in order to enter this material realm to show up.
That's
when
correct.
they go out, they speed up. And that, your astral projection, that you're speeding yourself up. And therefore you can manifest elsewhere. And sometimes it's not a good idea.
You know that she just said the line, let there be light. And I guess there was. And the only thing I would wonder is, I wonder if that was a real bright, white, cold light.
Can't answer that question.
And if you could, I think I would avoid it anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Measure and James. Hello.
Good morning. I'm receiving you over WTAM Cleveland, even though I am in extremely rural Pennsylvania.
Okay.
My question is, what about card-carrying Church of Satan members? In your view, no pun intended, maybe literally, can they change their minds, or will their souls be lost and extinguished, as you mentioned before? And if they can change their mind, do you feel that Christianity is the only out?
All right, well, one at a time.
I don't think that the card-carrying members of the Church of Satan, all of them, or most of them, are committing any sin. I don't think they realize what they're doing. And if that's the case, then they're not conscious of committing sin. The ones that do, if there's torture of children involved or torture of adults, they are knowingly committing sin. And those are the ones who are endangered or endangering themselves.
So they would need to come to a realization that they were...
I mean, I think it would be similar to myself as a young soldier, carrying a gun and pointing it at another human being. So pulling the trigger for my country.
It all has
Mom's
to do
apple
with...
pie and all of that. That was an error in judgment, and it was evil. Right. But the ignorance, it did not condemn my soul.
So it all comes down to intent, right?
I think it comes down to it's in mind choices, and knowledge has a great deal to do with it. Knowing, the more conscious you are, the more real you are, the more responsibilities that carries with it to do the right thing and to not make an error so bad that it becomes a sin.
Right.
That's how the soul is built, on that kind of character. The bigger the choice, the more the boost, I think.
So it's not, again, in your view, it's not necessarily fundamentalist Christianity that would be the winning choice, so to speak.
I don't. The Christianity implies a church. For instance, Christ didn't come here advertising a church. He had a message. I didn't hear anything about a church.
Ditto.
Men built the churches. In men's minds first.
Yeah. Good point. Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. I agree with that. I really agree with that. I'm not a church goer. We constructed the churches. We constructed the dogma for the most part, and all the little rules and
all of them. I think that we harbor, and here in the West, a great dislike of Muslims, but nowhere in the Quran and nowhere will you ever hear in the prophets Muhammad's words the kind of thirst for blood that we ascribe to the Muslim extremists today.
Ed, let me read this to you and ask you this question. It's one that's going to be on many minds out there. From Vancouver, BC, Dan asks, does Ed think it possible that if Satan is such a powerful entity, that perhaps you, Ed, have been used as a puppet and fed false information. Now, that surely is something you must have considered.
Absolutely. Of course. Because my mind is a far weaker mind than an angel of that degree. So of course it's a possibility. Am I personally afraid that it happened? No, I'm not. But is it possible? Yes, of course.
Interesting you would acknowledge that. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi. I don't know if I understand technical remote viewing very well, but it seems to me that it's not as specific as I was expecting it to be. From listening to your show for at least 2 years, it seems like he was saying a lot of things that I've heard on your show before, and anybody with half of an insight, it seems like that they know these things are coming, but it seems like if you can go to these different places or view these places, why isn't it more specific?
Let me give you an example. There's a question earlier tonight about the mass death of blackbirds in Louisiana. That question, the cause of the death is unanswered. That's a specific question, and that's something that we can do quite well in technical remote viewing. What we're talking about tonight in terms of satanic dark forces are topical searches. They can only be done by expert remote viewers searching topics. And the topics are generally general terms, and there's a lot of information that's associated with them, as opposed to a discrete, specific question of why those blackbirds fell out of the air, which may result in a number of different causes rather than just one. We don't know that yet.
Okay, so there's just so many other entities around that you can't actually pinpoint. Or I don't know, maybe I'm just being dense tonight or something, but I just don't understand it. I don't grasp it, I guess. I mean, I feel what you're saying, and I do agree with everything you're saying.
In other words, let me back up to why I did this.
Good.
As a remote viewer. As a military trained remote viewer. My threshold for wondering whether or not there was something at an esoteric, metaphysical or supernatural, and the natural bleeds into the supernatural. My action threshold was children killing children. Recent events in the United States of many children killing other children.
Evil.
Which was unprecedented. And I felt that there's something at work that I cannot see. And I assumed the existence of an unseen element, an idea or a force, which led me to speculate that perhaps it was evil and that perhaps there was intelligence behind it. So I began a research project to look into what might be going on, and using that as an action threshold. So it was actually a research project and not a specific set of targets.
Does that help you?
Yeah, that helps me a lot.
All right.
So, for instance, if you had if your child or husband were possessed, you felt they were possessed by an entity, then technical remote viewing could get to the cause of why that person is behaving that way. It would not assume possession, even though you might feel subjectively that the person was possessed. We would go in and look at the cause for that individual behaving in a way that you describe as possession, but we just attribute to abnormal behavior. We go and look at the cause.
All right, hold it right there, Ed. I'm still stuck with a cold, a bright, blindingly white, cold light. Let there be light, huh? Well, we're lit up, all right. Can't you feel it? It's going to be a very interesting year to be on the radio. Really interesting year to be on the radio. Again, I'm Art Bell. My guest is Major Ed Dames, High-Tech's Ed Dames, and he will be right back. All right. Once again, SciTech's Major Ed Dames. And again, if you would like to order remote viewing tapes and do what Ed does, perhaps not go after Satan. I certainly wouldn't recommend that as an initial target for you. You might start with something simple.
That's correct.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
All right.
It's a big operation. We have 10,000 students. I teach advanced skills on the internet, and I teach that for free. And we have a lot of students, a lot of tape trainees.
10,000 people remote viewing. At one time, there was perhaps a core of remote viewers, of which you were one in our military, and maybe the Soviets, and who knows who else, but not many could probably.
Actually, we do know who else. There were, as far as organized military teams, there were the Soviets. The Chinese had a small effort. It's a little bit larger now. And, in fact, the Chinese are the only ones doing it now.
My question was going here, Ed, and it is, now that we know of, there are 10,000 plus remote viewers out there. Have you come to any conclusions at all about the impact of that many people doing what once only a few were doing? Is there any impact or any change at all?
No, not yet. What's happening? I've paid attention to this with a lot of care. Individuals are doing and acting the same way I did and acted 15 years ago when I learned this for the first time. They're still in awe. They are still using it to look at the things that they want to look at. Mm-hmm. And it isn't. I don't see any big effect yet at the conscious level. At an unconscious level, there's something going on, but it hasn't broken through yet. Objectively, to consciously, so that I can say, yes, this is happening here.
All right.
It will.
First time caller line, you're on air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
fine.
okay.
Where are you?
I'm calling from the Minneapolis-St. Paul area.
All right, KSTP.
Yes. My question is, one of the previous callers asked you about, how do you know that this information is accurate, and you said that of course you don't, given that it could be, it could be something that you're mistaking.
You can never rule out being tricked, is what he said.
Exactly, exactly. But given that scenario, and given that all the times I've heard people talk about the devil or Satan on the basic level that you're speaking of it, speaking of him or the entities on, there's this sense that somehow you do know something, though. You spoke of the veil. That there's this idea that there's this veil that separates that world from ours.
Art mentioned that.
Oh, okay. But I thought you said
that what I said was that the natural world bleeds into the supernatural world. So It's really not a veil. It's sort of a bleed through, for instance.
Okay. But on some level, there is, whether we call it a veil or there is some separation, even if there is a trickle-down effect. There's
an overlap.
Okay. My question would be, since there does seem to be this understanding that there is Satan, nobody seems to have a problem with that, why is it that you would look at all of the scientific areas first, what you can perceive with your own natural senses, and, in a sense, you are using your subconscious, or your unconscious, I guess is what you said, but that's still your natural understanding on some level. Why is it that you wouldn't first look for what already is opposed to this in the world? Your comment before, you said that Christ did not preach the message of a church. I don't see how you can say that, because he did. As a matter of fact, he said that his mission to come here was to build a church. So I'm wondering where you got that information, or what you're basing that information on, that he was not here to build a church.
It isn't the church that we have today. It certainly is not that. It isn't the church, a portion of which in the number of centuries ago burned people at the stake. It isn't that church. That's not the church that Christ talks, not my Christ.
Oh, and see, that's what I'm saying. I fully understand that, but I've talked to so many different people about this now. I'm noticing a pattern with everyone. I mean, everybody has a little bit different take on it, but the one thing they all seem to be relying on is their own understanding or concept of the church. And see, it seems to me that if Satan really is as intelligent and brilliant as everybody seems to try to give him credit for, it would seem that his real mission, and it could take any form possible, would be to separate the soul from Christ. And I don't hear too many people focusing on that issue. I mean, and if you think about it, not passing any judgment, of course, but let's say that he has deceived you. Just by your making that statement, by your putting faith that you understand the historical church, he's already been successful, given that were true. And that's one thing I find all the time, is that people are willing to put a lot of stock in their own understanding of what their natural reasoning is, and that's why I'm probably saying too much here. My real focus was the one question I think I got out there somewhat coherently, and that is, what makes you think Jesus wasn't here to build a church?
All right. Ed?
That's my call. It's just my call. I have a fallible mind. My words that reflect my thoughts are possibly very fallible. And that's what I said tonight. We can't trust human mind. We need better teachers. And I'm saying that angels are, as teachers of men, can do a whole lot better job than we did with ourselves and our children. I'm saying that mind is fallible. And that hatred is one of the key ways of separating the soul. In fact, it goes through our spirit first, and it chills the spirit and it isolates the soul so that God can't affect the soul anymore via spirituality. It is divide and conquer. It is exactly divide and conquer on the part of Satan and his lieutenants.
You have obviously shaken a lot of people up. Here's one of them, who asks, how would one of these entities that you've been speaking of steal your soul, or in effect tag it as a soul that eventually will be deleted?
As I mentioned earlier in the program, they can't do that. They don't own your soul. Your soul is yours and God's, the Creator. But what they can do is cause you to make decisions that, as this woman just mentioned, separates the soul out and isolates it spiritually so that it becomes extinguished. And that is caused by, generally speaking, the stratagems that I see, that I've been able to detect. Hatred, particularly hatred. That is one of the big ones, both as a thought and as a human emotion. The stronger the hatred, the worse the decisions, and the closer to doom and perdition one gets. That's simple, but that fell out of the work, and war is the key vehicle for accomplishing that on a massive level on the part of the angel that we call the devil.
Here's another very interesting question. Please ask Ed if, in his opinion, a reconciliation between God and Satan is possible. When that might happen, could it happen? Would it cancel everything virtually as we now know it? Could such a reconciliation occur?
I did think about that. My thoughts are that the God that many of us know, especially as Christians, extremists, is a very merciful God and a very loving God. So this angel, the devil, and the angel Satan were children of this God. And I'm sure that he loves them as much as he loves you and I. But the problem is their minds are damaged and distorted so that they can't recognize that love, perhaps even hate the fact that they're loved. These are my thoughts. And they can't make the decisions that would allow them to accept that mercy and that love anymore. because their minds became twisted and distorted because of the enormity of the sin. They had a great responsibility, and they partook of a great sin. Those are just my thoughts.
Gotcha. Wildcard line, you're on the air with SciTech's Major Ed Dames. Good morning.
Thank you so much. And Art, thank you for picking up the phone while it was ringing, because it only rings for about 2 minutes, and then this voice comes on and says, your party is not answering, and they disconnect you.
I know. Well, we broke up the phone company. Now we reap the... Anyway, where are you?
I'm in Tempe, Arizona.
Okay. That's where my webmaster is, Keith Rowland.
Oh, wow. Well, hello, Keith.
Yeah, your neighbors.
That's right.
Anyway, fire away.
Okay, I have just 2 questions. One is, are you familiar with Hinduism, Ed?
Yes.
And you know that they believe that basically they put it in an analogy of 4 legs of a buffalo, and we are on the last leg of the buffalo, the age of Kali, and that basically what they predicted all through their texts is pretty much what you're saying here. And I just wonder, I work in a university, and I work with several of the Indian students who are Hindu, and I'm just curious, there's a sense about these people, there's almost, I don't know if you want to say chosen, but in tune with this, even though they may not can consciously acknowledge that, but they just the belief in all the different manifestations of God and carriers of His message. What do you think of that? Do you think that that is a possibility, or do you think that could be true?
Well,
they're a group that's more in tune with what you're saying. This whole coming up than probably most any other group in the U.S. or the world.
I don't know. I just don't know.
All right. I thank you for the call, young lady. It was Jerry Falwell that started me on the Antichrist line the other day. He said that the Antichrist is alive and on Earth now, virtually echoing what you said toward the beginning of the program, Ed.
As an infant, yes, a throwaway infant.
Mm-hmm. Well,
but this is a role to play that's very important, and I mentioned why that role is important.
Yes, indeed.
It's a Christian condition.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Major Ed Dames. Hi.
Yeah, hi, this is John in Houston.
Hi, John.
Yeah, regarding the last facts you got, if God ever pardoned the devil after all we've been through, I would expect we should all get an apology from both of them. Really. God and the devil. Anyway, my main question...
Unless we're equal. Unless man is equal to those angels in God's mind.
Well, He created everything.
Then we jointly made decisions together. We shared. Remember, in the work that I've seen here, we're our own worst enemy. Our minds are our worst enemy. Satan, his resources are minimal. Just has to apply them in the right place to get the biggest bang for the buck.
What do you think the result would be if everybody on Earth remote viewed the devil at the same time?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Would he be
problematic?
I'll say.
Would he be outnumbered?
We might
be a
outnumbered.
better idea to see if everybody prayed for the devil at the same time. That would be more interesting, I think.
And do you think there's any tie-in with the UFOs, real quick? And I'll hang up and let you answer with the devil.
Yes, I do. I think that some of the UFOs that we see are actually what I call, and have for many years, transcendental technologies. And there is a little bit of a tie-in, yes.
Demonic?
Maybe some. I'm not certain. In fact, we're returning. At least I'm returning to the UFO problem. Project Starman is very important to me, and it's separate from the UFO problem. But let's face it, it's the spice of life. If you've got the kind of tool that we have and the expertise that we have, let's have a little bit of fun before we go down. And you and I both agree that's a darn interesting problem, the UFO problem.
I spent a lot of time with it, as you well know. West of the Rockies, I think we have time for you. You're on the air with Major Ed.
Hey, guys. How are you doing?
Just fine.
Gosh. Okay. Art, first of all, I love your show.
Thank you.
Is that okay?
That's okay.
Can I say that all right?
You may.
All right. Now I'm throwing down the gauntlet here. I'm going to leave you guys with maybe a disclaimer. I say it's time that Major Dames and Peter Gersten go head-to-head with Walter Boert, the author of Operation Mind Control, and Alex Constantine, the author of Virtual Government, subtitled CIA Mind Control Operations in America, which has some very interesting things to say about both of you, but mostly Major Dames, from pages 68 to 130. I'm saying...
Well, all right. Look, the audience... Sir, hold it. Sir, hold it. Sir, I will hang up on you if you don't be silent for a moment.
Okay, wait.
Be silent or I'll hang up. I'm warning you.
Remember when...
I'm counting to 3. 1...
Okay.
Good. You're going to be silent for a moment?
I'm being silent now.
Thank you. All right, now listen. Be calm. Take a deep breath. What is it in these books that is said about Major Dames or myself that would cause you to say there should be a debate?
My structure for a debate would be Major Ed Dames and Peter Gersten.
Yeah, I already heard that.
Versus.
You already said this. I asked you what in that book calls for a debate. What do they say in that book that calls for a debate?
Well, we're running out of time. We're coming down.
We sure if you don't get to it. So I'm asking you again. What is it they say that calls for a debate?
Can I ask you one question, Art? Remember when Richard Hoagland went against Ken Collier about the did we land on the moon? Did we not?
Yes.
You remember when he went against Dore?
Yes.
I'm telling you, if you had Peter Gersten and
you're wasting
Major
my time.
Versus,
you already said this.
Versus.
Goodbye. Too bad I couldn't get him to get to the meat of what should have been said. And do you have any idea why there should be a debate?
I don't know who Peter Gersten is. I've seen his name on your website before. Alex Constantine is a conspiracy theorist par excellence. He's got about 2,000 names. Oh, God, he's got about 3,000 names of people in the government and the military who are part of any number of conspiracies, mind control, etc.
All right. Well, I guess the guy just couldn't answer the question, so he just kept coming back to the same thing. It's too bad. Well, listen, Ed, it has been a real whiz-banger, as usual. And I don't know when the next show will be. You and I guess, will know when it should be, huh?
Yeah. We'll go out to that BW facility, though.
Please, by all means.
I'll fax you some information on it.
Thanks, Ed. Good night, my friend.
Good night, Art.
Take it easy out there. From the high desert, I'm sorry, we're out of time. That's it. Night all.